Chapter 597. Probably maybe there's one. Lin Jiyun said embarrassedly. Then you quickly find it and change into it. Shun Yueping said. You and Yang Ming should wear the same outfit. Ah, there's no need. Isn't it not good to be seen by others? Lin Jiyun didn't want to trouble Yang Ming. She was only Yang Ming's girlfriend in name. If Chun Mingyan, the real girlfriend, saw it, wouldn't she be done for? What's wrong with this? Both of you are wearing couple outfits. Who could say anything? Shin Yueping said disapprovingly. Isn't this a normal thing? Go and change into it. Be obedient. Lin Jiyun was helpless. She had to stand up and go back to her bedroom to change. After a long time, she was scolded by Shun Yueping again. Only then was she done changing. However, Lin Jiyun, who wore the same style of waistcoat as Yang Ming, was very compatible with Yang Ming. They were really a pair of golden boy and jade girl. They were even a bit like the stars in the advertisements on TV. Uncle Lin, how are you recently? Yang Ming sat on the sofa and chatted with Lin Jiyun's parents. I'm fine. I just don't know what to do. I was almost cheated by Wu Qiren a while ago. I have been resting at home during this time, but I can't stay idle. I'm going to find some work after the spring festival. You said that I'm a man with hands and feet. I can't always stay at home, but it's good to rest for a while. Yang Ming nodded. If you are short of money, you can tell me. I still have some. How can I? Lin Chongqing quickly refused. You have helped our family a lot. How can I trouble you again? Uncle Lin, you are treating me like an outsider. With my relationship with Lin Jiyun, you are my future father-in-law, said Yang Ming. When Lin Jiyun heard Yang Ming's words, she was shocked. She didn't know why Yang Ming said that. Future father-in-law? Was that really the case? Just as Lin Jiyun was in a daze, Yang Ming had ended the conversation with Lin Chongqing. He stood up and said to Lin Jiyun, Let's go. Let's go to the temple fair. I saw on TV that it was pretty good. Okay. Lin Jiyun was watching the introduction of the temple fair on TV. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she was immediately surprised and happy. Shin Yueping naturally agreed. She told Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun to have fun. Out of Lin Jiyun's door, Lin Jiyun asked, Why are you wearing this? What if others see it? See? Didn't your mother say that she was fine? Yang Ming smiled. I am fine, but you are not. Lin Jiyun said angrily. I'm worried about you. If your girlfriend sees it, let's see what will happen to you. It's fine. She won't go out today, Yang Ming said with a smile. I deliberately dress like this to let your mother see how much I value you. AI. Lin Jiyun suddenly sighed. Yang Ming, what do you think we are like this? What should we do in the future? What do you mean by what should we do in the future? Yang Ming didn't quite understand Lin Jiyun's meaning. I mean, you have made my family think that you are my boyfriend. What should we do in the future? Lin Jiyun explained hesitantly with a red face. What do you mean by making them think that I am your boyfriend? Yang Ming blinked and asked knowingly, Didn't you ask me to act more realistically? Besides, do you want your parents to suspect that I am a fake? I didn't mean that. Lin Jiyun was somewhat incoherent. Really? I mean, aren't you acting a bit too much now? Isn't it good to be similar? Don't you want this effect? Yang Ming smiled. But now my parents think that you are very good. They treat you as my husband in the future, Lin Jiyun said anxiously. If this continues, it won't be a problem, right? Why won't it be a problem? Yang Ming asked deliberately. Really, you piss me off, Lin Jiyun said with a red face. What should we do about Shin Mingyan? What should we do? What does she have to do with you? Yang Ming said with a blank face. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You really don't understand. Lin Jiyun was so angry that she almost rolled her eyes. Does this Yang Ming really not understand, or is he pretending not to understand? I understand what you mean. You mean that the relationship between us is fake after all. If there is a day when the truth is revealed, you can't explain it to your parents, right? Yang Ming said with a smile. So you deliberately pissed me off before. Lin Jiyun subconsciously stretched out her small fist and punched Yang Ming. You are really annoying. However, Lin Jiyun stopped immediately. Her actions and tone were a bit too ambiguous. It would be fine if they were a couple, but the key is that we are a fake couple now. I didn't piss you off. I just suddenly realized. Yang Ming made an excuse. Forget it. I'm too lazy to pursue it with you. Yes, I mean this. In the future, what should we do? Lin Jiyun said. Then say that we broke up and you dumped me. Yang Ming deliberately teased Lin Jiyun. You are really not serious. If that's the case, my mom will beat me to death. Lin Jiyun said with a bitter face, I told you that my mom is very conservative. She knows that we are like that. She definitely can't ask me to break up with you. Besides, you are so good. Even if I want to break up with you, I need a reason, right? Lin Jiyun said it ambiguously. It was both true and false. She thought that Yang Ming wouldn't think much about it, but in fact, Yang Ming understood everything and understood what Lin Jiyun was referring to. You fell in love with someone else? Yang Ming suggested. How am I falling in love with someone else? Lin Jiyun shook her head. Isn't your reason too far-fetched? Then, why don't you say that I fell in love with someone else and dumped you? Asked Yang Ming. Then my mom will come to you and fight with you. My mom hates unfaithful men the most. Lin Jiyun said helplessly. Yang Ming, can't you say something more feasible? That's all I can think of. Why don't we just say that we broke up peacefully? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun and asked. Besides breaking up, is there no other way? Lin Jiyun sighed. My parents definitely can't accept it. I can only think of these now. Yang Ming said regretfully. Besides these, it's either you die or I die. There's really no other way. It's Chinese New Year. Can't you say something auspicious? Lin Jiyun said angrily. Okay, look at the car in front. It's really nice, said Yang Ming. What does this have to do with Geely? Lin Jiyun was speechless. Yes, that car is a Geely brand. Yang Ming said seriously, Geely Freighter. This car is very good. Lin Jiyun's face was full of black lines. I'm just kidding. Let me think about it. There is always a solution. Yang Ming said, Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Let me think about a moderate way. In fact, Yang Ming had already had a way in his heart, but now wasn't a good time to say it. The way was very simple. That was to let Lin Jiyun become his real girlfriend. Anyway, I have already hinted to Chen Mingyan. Although it wasn't easy for her to accept it, at least there was a possibility. It depended on how hard I work. Okay, Lin Jiyun nodded. Now it seemed that this was the only way. The location of the temple fair wasn't far from Lin Jiyun's home. It was near the commercial street. In fact, it was composed of several different markets. In the past, the so-called market was similar to the temple fair. The temple fair was divided into 4 parts: the commercial street, entertainment street, performance street, and snack street. In fact, the 4 streets near the commercial street were temporarily turned into the temple fair. The first day of the new year was the day with the most people at the temple fair. It was very crowded. However, the atmosphere was very lively. In this cold weather, there was still a hubbub of voices. Lin Jiyun followed behind Yang Ming and followed the crowd into the commercial street at the front of the temple fair. Yang Ming looked back at Lin Jiyun behind him. He was afraid that she would get lost in the crowd, so he reached out and held her hand. Lin Jiyun's face was slightly red, but she didn't struggle. She didn't know if Yang Ming was intentional or unintentional. But what could she do if it was intentional or unintentional? The 2 people wore couple outfits, holding hands, and shuttled through the temple fair like other couples. Yang Ming had come to the temple fair once when he was young. At that time, his parents brought him. After that, he went to school and was busy, so he never came again. However, Songjiang's temple fair was getting better and better. Even the provincial capital, Donghai, couldn't be compared. Chapter 598. However, the current temple fair was completely different from the past. The commercial street was filled with a dazzling array of stalls, windmills, rattles, glass pendants, small jewelry, cow-horn-shaped hats, clown masks, sugar figurines, and so on. There was really everything one could think of. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming's situation was similar. Although she was a native of Songjiang, she hadn't been to the temple fair for many years. Previously, when she saw the Grand Temple Fair on TV, she was envious. Now that she was in it, how could Lin Jiyun not be excited? Lin Jiyun was a little dazzled. Yang Ming, I want to see if it's okay to sell small jewelry over there. Lin Jiyun saw many girls chattering around a small stall that specialized in selling jewelry. She couldn't help but be a little moved. Everyone loved beauty, especially girls. Lin Jiyun usually didn't buy these things, but this time there was such a rare opportunity. Naturally, she wanted to look at it happily. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. What do you want to see? Do you still need to ask me? It seems like I'm very strict with you. Lin Jiyun didn't care about Yang Ming. At this moment, she was completely attracted by these beautiful little jewelry. These things were actually not expensive, but they were very beautiful. They were sought after by the young girls. How about this necklace? Lin Jiyun looked around and finally saw a crystal pendant necklace. It was said to be a crystal pendant, but it was actually plexiglass. It was just beautifully made. It's very beautiful. Yang Ming nodded. If you like it, then buy it. Okay then. Lin Jiyun really liked this necklace, so she asked the boss who sold jewelry, "Boss, how much is this?" "That, the heart of the ocean, 20 yuan. The boss glanced and said, "It's so expensive." Lin Jiyun frowned. "Can it be cheaper?" 18. I'll give you 2 yuan. This thing isn't profitable. The boss said. 15. Lin Jiyun felt that 18 was a bit expensive, so she continued to bargain. If 15 is not enough, I won't make money. 18 is the lowest. The boss shook his head and said, 15. Lin Jiyun said, "No, at least 17. The boss said, 15. 17. Yang Ming shook his head and interrupted, "Must be 17, ah?" Lin Jiyun was stunned. Is there anyone who bargains like Yang Ming? Yang Ming was also stunned. He originally wanted to say, "Must be 15, but he didn't expect that he would say, "Must be 17. Unexpectedly, after the boss heard Yang Ming's words, he said, "It must be 15. Okay, deal." Yang Ming reacted quickly this time and said quickly, The boss only reacted after he finished speaking. Originally, he was arguing with Lin Jiyun about 15 and 17. When Yang Ming said that it had to be 17, he naturally subconsciously said that it had to be 15. As a result, they made a deal. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming and the boss in front of her. She couldn't help but laugh. Yang Ming really hit the jackpot. It was the first time that she saw such a bargain. Forget it. 15 is 15. The boss shook his head with a bitter face. Next time, I won't bring you along. The two of you have different opinions. I'm so confused. Yang Ming also smiled and paid the bill. I was wrong before. I didn't expect you to be wrong with me. Forget it. The boss also smiled. Although it doesn't make money, there's a topic to talk about when drinking with friends at night. This is really funny. Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming paid. She originally wanted to say that she would pay, but she didn't have the courage. In the end, she had to leave it unsettled. After buying this small necklace, Lin Jiyun didn't buy anything else. Most of the time, she just looked at it. After coming out of the business street, it was the entertainment street. The activities here were even more varied, but they were all fun activities such as darts, goldfish fishing, ring throwing, rock climbing, and so on. In the entertainment street, the game coins were used. The game coins were exchanged at a special store at the end of the street. All the entertainment activities inside could be played with different amounts of game coins. She didn't know how the organizer calculated the bill with each stall, but this had little to do with Yang Ming. The game coins were 2 yuan each. Yang Ming directly bought 100 yuan, a total of 50 game coins, and then he entered the entertainment street with Lin Jiyun. Why did you buy so many? It's really a waste. Lin Jiyun shook her head with some distress. 100 yuan was a lot for her. It was the income of 2 tutoring sessions. It's not easy to come out to play during the Chinese New Year. Naturally, I have to play to my heart's content. Yang Ming said. Anyway, we have already exchanged. Let's play. Lin Jiyun couldn't stop him. She could only let Yang Ming go. Look, there are so many people over there. Lin Jiyun pointed to a game stall not far away. Let's go. Let's go and see. Yang Ming nodded. He and Lin Jiyun squeezed to the front. It turned out that this was similar to a fishing game. There were many people participating, and it looked very interesting. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun looked for a while and roughly understood the rules of the game. The game merchant placed 4 rows of small bags on the counter. There were 10 bags in each row. There were a total of 40 bags. Inside the bags, there were many plush toys and prizes. However, in these bags, there was a bag that contained a red card. As long as you caught the bag with a card inside, you could get a super big bear cub. The bear cub was a special limited edition of a very big pony bear. It wasn't sold on the market at all. Only a few sellers sold on Taobao, but the price was extremely expensive. It generally cost 7 to 800 yuan. Therefore, this prize was still very tempting. Moreover, the business projects of the temple fair were supervised by the Industry and Commerce Bureau. The game merchant couldn't cheat. Therefore, there must be a red card in these bags. For those bags without cards, they could only get the plush toys in the bag. Most people got small plush toys. From the morning until now, no one had caught a red card. Do you want to try? Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun seemed to be very interested, so he asked, I want to, but I'm afraid I can't catch a red card. Lin Jiyun said with some worry. How can this thing be so easy to catch? Yang Ming smiled and said, You see, so many people didn't catch it, right? Because after everyone caught it once, the waiter would fill another bag and then casually change the order and put the bag back, so there was basically no trick. Fortunately, 10 game coins could be caught once. It wasn't very expensive, only 20 yuan. Those who couldn't catch it would be treated as entertainment. Boss, let's play once. Yang Ming gave the boss of the game stall 20 game coins and said, Okay. The boss asked the waiter to hand the hook of the bag to Lin Jiyun and then taught her how to operate it. Lin Jiyun was very nervous. 40 yuan. If she caught a bag with a card, naturally, everyone would be happy. But if she didn't, Lin Jiyun would be a little distressed. The operation was very simple, and Lin Jiyun learned it quickly. But when it was her turn to operate, Lin Jiyun hesitated again. She took a deep breath and made up her mind on which bag to catch. However, Yang Ming had already used his special ability to look at the things in the bag. If he didn't use his special ability now, when should he use it? Although he felt that it was a bit overkill, it seemed that his special ability was used to pick up girls, gamble, and seduce the beautiful teacher, right? Yang Ming used his special ability to look at all the bags and found that there was only one bag with a red card in the 40 bags. But the position of this bag was very strange. It was in the middle of the first row, just opposite the tourists. Yang Ming pondered a little and understood the key. On the surface, this bag seemed to be placed in the most conspicuous position, and it was also the easiest place to catch it. But this involved a problem of psychological effect. People tend to ignore things that are in front of them. Instead, the bags at the back were the focus of everyone's attention. Because everyone believed that the harder the bag to catch, the higher the probability of a red card appearing. Therefore, no one touched this bag when it was placed here. Recalling the scene of a few people playing before, no one touched the bag in this position. However, these were ineffective for Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't care about any psychological hints. These bags were transparent in Yang Ming's eyes. Chapter 599. The game merchants grasped this psychological characteristic and put the red card in the most conspicuous place, but it was also the most unlikely place. Isn't there a good saying? The most dangerous place is the safest place. At this moment, Lin Jiyun finally made up her mind. She wanted to use the hook to catch a bag in the second last row. Wait. Yang Ming quickly stopped her. What's wrong? Lin Jiyun stopped and asked. Let's catch a simpler one. It's so far away. I'm afraid you can't hook it and drop it again. Then, it will be a waste of an opportunity. Yang Ming said, Then what do you think we should catch? Asked Lin Jiyun. This one. Yang Ming pointed to the bag in front of them. This? Can there be a card in it? Lin Jiyun shook her head in disbelief. You are wasting an opportunity. Be good, be obedient. Yang Ming said. Oh. Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's tone that was similar to a lover's. She suddenly felt a little dizzy. She picked up the hook and caught the bag that Yang Ming said. When the bag was in her hand and she opened it, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but exclaim, Yeah, we got it. Yang Ming, we got it. Yeah, I told you to be obedient. Look, you listened to me, didn't you? Yang Ming smiled. And Lin Jiyun nodded and happily handed the red card to the waiter. The waiter didn't expect that someone would get a big prize when they just opened in the morning. All the money they earned wasn't enough. But there was no other way. Credibility came first. There were still a few days before the temple fair. If they didn't fulfill their promise on the first day, then they wouldn't be able to do business in the future. What's more, this temple fair was personally supervised by the Consumer Association. The boss didn't dare to be rash. He handed the super big bear to Lin Jiyun and said a few words of blessing. Then, the boss put another big prize on the table. It was also a very big toy. Lin Jiyun happily took the prize and left the game stall with Yang Ming. Right, Yang Ming, how did you know that there was a red card in the bag? While she was happy, Lin Jiyun asked curiously. I don't know. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't reveal that he had special abilities. He and Lin Jiyun hadn't reached the level of Shao Qing, so this kind of thing couldn't be said easily. But my guess should be pretty close. How did you guess? Lin Jiyun asked curiously. Why can't I guess? It's actually very simple. Yang Ming laughed. Previously, I observed the habits of many people when playing this game. They always looked at the bags in the second row and ignored the bags in the first row. So, I used reverse thinking here. I thought if I were the boss, what would I do? Since the customers were looking at the second row, I would put the red card in the first row. And in the first row, the most unlikely position was the bag that the customer was facing. That was because it was too obvious. Everyone saw it at first glance, but it was also the first to be eliminated. Most people wouldn't think that the bag in front of them contained a red card. Therefore, the most dangerous place was often the safest place. The boss was using this reverse thinking. I'm just reverse engineering it a bit based on his foundation. After Lin Jiyun heard it, she was surprised and impressed. Yang Ming, you're too good. You can even think of this. I also thought of it on the spur of the moment. Yang Ming said, I saw that you were so distressed about the 10 game coins, so I suddenly came up with an idea. Nonsense. Lin Jiyun shook her head helplessly. The two people continued to walk forward. Although there were some small games to play on the roadside, because the price was cheap, there were many people waiting in line. The two people didn't wait. These small games were not very interesting, and the prizes weren't very generous. Yeah, that's rock climbing, right? Lin Jiyun pointed to a rockery not far away and asked, I saw it on TV. It said that it was a very special game project that was newly launched this year. And I also saw the introduction. This thing is already very popular in the southern cities. We just have it here. Yang Ming nodded. Let's go and see. Okay, Lin Jiyun said. She was also curious about this novel thing that she had never seen before. Following the crowd, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun came to a large air mattress. In front of the air mattress was a very steep stone wall, almost at a 90-degree angle with the ground. Rock climbing originated in Europe in the 18th century, and it became an independent sport in 1970. Freehand rock climbing referred to the climbing process without relying on any external assistance. It only relied on the climber's own strength to complete the climbing process. Freehand rock climbing required people to continuously complete thrilling movements such as turning, pull-ups, shifting, and even jumping on rock walls at various heights and angles. It combined fitness, entertainment, and competition. It was an extreme sport that was exciting and beautiful. It was called Ballet on the Cliff by rock climbing fans all over the world. Although rock climbing had gradually become a popular outdoor extreme sport in recent years, more and more people experienced unique fun from rock climbing. Freehand rock climbing had extremely high requirements for people's physical fitness, courage, body coordination, and flexibility. For those beginners who had not undergone systematic professional training, it was undoubtedly dangerous. However, the rock climbing here was not so dangerous because the stone wall was specially made, so there were no edges on it. Moreover, the people who played the game would also wear special climbing gloves and clothing, which would not hurt the body. Even if they fell from above, there was an air mattress to support them. In this way, the risk factor was reduced to a minimum. But even so, there would be accidents. If you fall head first, you might get hurt. Therefore, people who participated in this game had to sign an agreement separately. They couldn't participate directly with game coins, but they had to buy tickets and insurance separately. However, the person who climbed to the highest point would also get a very powerful prize. It was a pair of cartoon golden bull necklace pendants made of pure gold. This year was the year of the ox. Moreover, this kind of jewelry was obviously for couples and was very popular. Because rock climbing was a new game project in Songjiang, the boss didn't want to make money. He only wanted to make a name for himself. So he spent a lot of money to make several sets of pendants and awarded them to those who could climb to the highest point. However, the boss really overestimated those who had not played these projects. From a morning until now, there were very few people who could climb half the height. But even so, many people were still eager to try. Not for anything else, but to show off in front of their girlfriends. If they could get the prize in person and give it to their girlfriends, it would be a proud thing. In particular, the advertising slogans and TV commercials were very provocative. Are you a real man? Are you brave? This was a game for the brave. The winner would get the prize and give it to his girlfriend personally, and so on. Therefore, when many couples came here, the men would take the initiative to try it. Even if they failed, there was nothing to be ashamed of because everyone was the same. But if they won, they would show their face. Everyone had this idea, so rock climbing was unusually popular. Lin Jiyun naturally saw this TV commercial. When she saw other couples, the men took the initiative to win the prize for the women. She couldn't help but look forward to it. However, Lin Jiyun also knew that this game had a certain danger. She also didn't want to ask Yang Ming to take risks for her. It was a very glorious thing to win a prize for your girlfriend. There were always people who failed in front, and there were always new people who rushed up. Looking at the women who cheered for the men above, Yang Ming smiled and asked Lin Jiyun, "Do you want that pair of golden bulls?" Lin Jiyun was stunned and then said, "You mean you want to participate too?" "Yeah, how about it? If you want it, I will get it for you," Yang Ming said. When Yang Ming said this, many people directly treated it as a joke because many people had said this to their girlfriends before, and the result was that they all failed. This rock climbing seemed to be very simple, but when it was really done, it wasn't so easy. However, that was only for ordinary people. For Yang Ming, this was simply too easy. Not to mention that there were so many safety precautions. There were also good handhold positions on the rock wall. When he was in school, Yang Ming didn't use anything. He climbed Chun Mingyin's dormitory with his bare hands. Chapter 600. It was a very touching thing to win the final prize for one's girlfriend. One by one, the girls were cheering for their boyfriends above, and the boyfriends who were climbing above were working hard to get the most favorite thing for their girlfriends. Yang Ming belonged to the kind of male chauvinist person. When he saw others working so hard, he naturally didn't want to be outdone. He also wanted to get the final prize for Lin Jiyun. Let's not. Lin Jiyun saw a lot of people fall from half the height. Although there was an air cushion below, and it was okay to fall, it was scary enough. Lin Jiyun didn't want to ask Yang Ming to take risks. If Yang Ming was really her boyfriend, then it was okay to do so. But what qualifications did she have to ask Yang Ming to do this? Therefore, Lin Jiyun was hesitant. After thinking for a long time, she decided not to let Yang Ming take risks. "It's okay." Yang Ming smiled indifferently. "It's a small matter. You just wait to be envied by other girls later." Why?" asked Lin Jiyun. "Because your boyfriend can help you get the final prize," said Yang Ming shamelessly. Lin Jiyun blushed and lowered her head. Yang Ming laughed, then went to the registration office and filled in a contract form. The contract was very formal. One needed to fill in their real name and ID number. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences if there was a problem. In fact, this contract also included an insurance company's insurance policy. If there was an accident during the rock climbing, they could get a claim from the insurance company. Yang Ming hesitated and left a fake name. It was better to be careful with this thing. If he brought Chen Mingyin or other women here tomorrow, it would be hard to say if they were discovered. Therefore, Yang Ming made up a name of Wang Hu. The ID number was also made up. Yang Ming paid the rock climbing fee of 150 yuan and then received a set of protective clothing and gloves. In fact, Yang Ming didn't need these things, but in order not to be too shocking, Yang Ming still wore these things. As the people in front of him failed to climb the rock, it was finally Yang Ming's turn. Yang Ming waved to Lin Jiyun and then climbed up the rock wall easily. In order not to let others be suspicious, Yang Ming climbed very slowly. Although Yang Ming could climb up in an instant, it might cause too much attention. Yang Ming didn't need to look back. He could see Lin Jiyun's expression below when he closed his eyes. It seems that Lin Jiyun is still very concerned about me. She stared at me without blinking. Her face was full of worry and excitement. All along, Yang Ming wasn't sure what kind of feelings Lin Jiyun had for him. Although he initially wanted to compensate Lin Jiyun with an attitude of wanting to be with her, now, Yang Ming found that he had fallen in love with this somewhat stubborn and somewhat weak girl. Yang Ming also wanted to go further with Lin Jiyun, but there was no suitable opportunity. Yang Ming was now just Lin Jiyun's fake boyfriend. Although the two people sometimes had some intimate actions, it wasn't too out of the ordinary. It was limited to holding hands. This time, the reason why Yang Ming was so determined to climb the rock for Lin Jiyun to get the final prize was to further determine Lin Jiyun's attitude towards him. He wanted to see if she had him in her heart now. Thinking of this, Yang Ming deliberately shook his foot, pretending that he didn't step on it, and exclaimed. In fact, Yang Ming's hand was steady. He had firmly grasped the position on the rock wall. Although his legs were suspended in the air, there was no danger. Yang Ming didn't look back. He didn't need to look back. He could see Lin Jiyun's current expression with his special ability. Sure enough, Lin Jiyun was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. Her eyes were full of worry. Even her body had begun to move. Once Yang Ming fell, she might rush forward. Pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend? How can it be so easy to pretend? How many pairs of pretend couples have become real couples in the end? It seems that Lin Jiyun can't be spared. In addition to being happy, Yang Ming couldn't help but be secretly proud. It seems that my charm is good. I actually subdued Lin Jiyun unknowingly. As long as Lin Jiyun's feelings were confirmed, then things would be much easier in the future. Before, Yang Ming wasn't sure if Lin Jiyun had in her heart, so he had been hesitant and didn't dare to go further with Lin Jiyun. Now it was much better. As long as he took the initiative, Lin Jiyun shouldn't reject him. After confirming this, Yang Ming wasn't ready to let Lin Jiyun worry anymore. His feet that were suspended in the air stepped back on the rock wall and continued to climb up. Lin Jiyun below, on the other hand, let out a long sigh of relief and patted her chest. She was obviously frightened. Lin Jiyun below also had mixed feelings in her heart. She didn't know when it started, but Yang Ming's every move had begun to affect her heartstrings. Just like just now, Lin Jiyun was so worried. She was afraid that Yang Ming would fall. She was really scared. Lin Jiyun didn't know what to do. Just like a song, I fell in love with a man that I shouldn't have fallen in love with. In the beginning, Lin Jiyun kept reminding herself to keep a distance from Yang Ming, but some things couldn't be done just because you said so. Especially emotional things, it was very subtle. Moreover, good feelings and love were produced unconsciously. Suddenly, when you looked back, you would find that there was already a shadow of another person in your heart. Now, Lin Jiyun was like this. When she carefully recalled the bits and pieces of Yang Ming, the sweetness, attachment, and happiness all emerged in her heart. Including the awkwardness when they first met, Yang Ming's fury when they met for the second time. These became a sweet witness in Lin Jiyun's memory. It was because of the awkward meeting for the first time that there was a story between the two people. The second time, Yang Ming did those things to her. Lin Jiyun had long lost her hatred. Sometimes, Lin Jiyun would even think about it. If the two of them did the same thing again, what kind of scene would it be? Although this idea was very shameful, Lin Jiyun did think so. Lin Jiyun wasn't a blank piece of paper. In this kind of environment, especially in some TV series, there were often similar or 18 plots. Seeing the couples on TV doing that thing so crazily and enthusiastically, Lin Jiyun had such a shameful idea. However, the current situation was that Lin Jiyun didn't dare to have further development with Yang Ming. The current situation had been unexpected. Yang Ming was a person who had a girlfriend. It was impossible for her to have any relationship with him. So Lin Jiyun could only use this matter to constantly remind herself not to be lost. But what about the actual situation? Sometimes, people who were lost didn't feel that they were lost at all. This was the so-called situation where the onlooker couldn't see clearly. Just now, her concern for Yangming really reflected Lin Jiyun's current mentality. Lin Jiyun shook her confused head and thought about her future with Yangming. She couldn't help but be a little confused. Previously, when she asked Yangming that question, she actually wanted to know the answer herself. She even had a little bit of hope that this matter could continue like this. So what if she pretended? What was the difference between pretending to be forever and the real thing? Of course, Lin Jian also knew that this was just her own wishful thinking. Sooner or later, the truth would be revealed, and that day would be the time for her to break up with Yangming. Although there was a lot of reluctance in her heart, Lin Jian also knew that Yangming was always the boyfriend of the girl named Chun Mingyan, not Lin Jiyun's. Of course, if Lin Jiyun used the past to threaten Yangming, she might force Yangming to break up with Chun Mingyan, but Lin Jiyun wasn't such a person. Even after so long, she still didn't mention it to Yangming because she was afraid that Yangming would have a psychological burden on her. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamation, pulling Lin Jiyun's messy thoughts back. Following everyone's gaze, she looked up and saw that Yangming was actually leading all the climbers. He was about to reach the top of the rock wall. Lin Jiyun covered her mouth with her hand and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Yangming succeeded. He actually climbed up, looking at Yangming moving up with difficulty. Lin Jiyun seemed to have seen the sweat on Yangming's face. Was he really doing all of this for her? Obviously. Looking at the young people present, almost all of them climbed the rock wall to please their girlfriends. But is it worth it for him to do this? For a fake girlfriend like me? Even if he is acting, he doesn't have to do this, right? My parents aren't in front of me. Oh, there was another exclamation. Yangming finally climbed to the highest point of the rock wall. Lin Jiyun looked up and saw Yangming waving at her. Chapter 601. Looking at Yangming's face that was a little red because of overwork and the sweat on his forehead, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but be a little dazed. Her tears flowed down unconsciously. If Yangming was really my boyfriend, how good would that be? As soon as this thought came out, it was an uncontrollable sigh. Yangming shouldn't be a heartless person. He wouldn't break up with Chun Mingyan. So, my thoughts are a bit too extravagant. Under everyone's envious eyes, Lin Jiyun had to smile bitterly. This happiness that seemed to belong to me was actually very far away from me. Very far away. When Yangming came down from the rock wall, he used the rope, which was much faster than when he was climbing. When he was climbing, Yangming also deliberately made himself look very tired and laborious. At this time, when he came down, he tried to show a cautious look. At this time, the organizer of the rock climbing game also appeared in a timely manner. Yangming was the first person to climb to the peak, so he could be the target of a live promotion. Congratulations. Young man, you're the first person to climb to the highest point since the beginning of the game. The organizer took a microphone and walked to Yangming. He said as he walked, "Who is this young man's girlfriend? Please stand up." Lin Jiyun was stunned. She didn't expect the organizer to have such a request. Just now, Yangming waved to her, and everyone saw it. So, at this moment, everyone's eyes were looking at Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun had no choice but to bite the bullet and go forward. "Hello, beautiful lady. Your boyfriend has won the ultimate prize of this game for you. How are you feeling now? Can you tell everyone?" As the organizer said this, he handed the microphone to Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun really didn't know what to say. If it were other people, they might say something like, "I love you," loudly. But Lin Jiyun couldn't. Her relationship with Yangming was a bit out of place. She really couldn't say such words. After hesitating for a long time, she had to say, "I am very touched, thank you. Really, I can see that this beautiful lady is still very reserved. It just so happens that our hero also came down. Let's let him say a few words." The organizer looked at Yangming and said. The people next to them looked at Yangming and Lin Jiyun in the middle. They were very envious. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Who asked them to be useless? and couldn't climb up. This wasn't something that could be achieved by luck, so although everyone was envious, they weren't jealous. Since his skills were inferior, he could only rely on logistics and hard work. Yang Ming took the microphone, then glanced at Lin Jiyun, who was blushing next to him, and said, "I have nothing to say because everything I did was what I should do. Now, I will give the prize to my girlfriend." Yang Ming was originally very eloquent. He could talk for half an hour in a martial arts competition, but at this moment, he was afraid of being discovered by people he knew, so he only said a few words and ended it. However, these few short words were full of affection for his girlfriend. Hug her!" Below, someone shouted, and as a result, other people followed. "Both of you, do you want a hug?" The organizer also joked. Lin Jiyun was somewhat overwhelmed. She was originally forced to come up. She already felt very awkward, but at this time, everyone actually made such a request. Yang Ming didn't care so much. He was eager to have such an opportunity, so he didn't care what Lin Jiyun said and directly hugged her. If it wasn't because he was afraid that things would turn out the other way, maybe Yang Ming would even kiss her. While Yang Ming felt the softness of Lin Jiyun's body, Lin Jiyun's head suddenly went boom, and she was dizzy. Although she had physical contact with Yang Ming in the hotel in Donghai before, that was in private. Now, Yang Ming actually hugged her in public. The impact on her was too big. When Yang Ming let go of her, Lin Jiyun was still a little dizzy and didn't know what to do. Everything felt like a dream, allowing her to truly experience the craziness and passion between lovers. "Let's go. Let's continue to look at the front." Yang Ming put the prize handed over by the organizer in Lin Jiyun's hand and said, "Oh." Lin Jiyun followed behind Yang Ming stupidly. Apparently, her thoughts were still immersed in the shock just now. Yang Ming wanted to leave here as soon as possible. After all, he was in the limelight just now. If Chen Mingyan knew about it, it would probably be another war. Yang Ming already had plans to have a showdown with Chen Mingyan, but this kind of thing had to be a little more skillful. The effect of being seen and explaining himself would definitely be different. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but speed up his pace. Lin Jiyun still hadn't recovered. She held the prize that Yang Ming got in her hand, and her heart was filled with emotions. Why? Yang Ming is so good to me and let me lose myself in happiness again and again. Why? It's obviously a fake, but I'm addicted to it and can't extricate myself. Lin Jiyun felt very troubled. What does Yang Ming mean by this as she thought about it? When she looked up, she saw that Yang Ming, who was in front of her, had disappeared. She was suddenly shocked and blurted out, "Yang Ming, where are you?" Lin Jiyun's mind was full of Yang Ming just now. She suddenly found that Yang Ming was missing. She suddenly felt like she lost something, and she was a little flustered. Yang Ming, after quickly walking away from the rock climbing place, said to Lin Jiyun, "How was it? I did what I said, right? I got the final prize, right?" After he finished speaking, no one responded to him. When he looked back, he found that Lin Jiyun was gone. Yang Ming was shocked. "I just walked in front, but I ignored Lin Jiyun behind me. There were so many people, but she actually got lost." Yang Ming frowned. Although this temple fair was lively, there were also some bad guys. Could it be that they saw Lin Jiyun holding the small golden bowl made of pure gold in her hand and had evil intentions? Yang Ming quickly used his special ability to search for Lin Jiyun in the crowd. Thanks to the super function of his eyes, Yang Ming finally saw Lin Jiyun, who was at a loss, not far behind him. Seeing that Lin Jiyun was fine, Yang Ming was relieved and then walked quickly to Lin Jiyun. At this moment, Lin Jiyun was very anxious. It was reasonable to say that she was such an adult and she wasn't a child. Although she got lost with Yang Ming at the temple fair, it wasn't that she couldn't find her home. However, she just felt that something was wrong in her heart. There was a feeling of melancholy and panic. It was like the feeling of not being able to find her mother when she was young. This was a kind of instinctive dependence on family members. Girls rely on their parents when they were young. When they grow up, they rely on their boyfriends. Of course, Lin Jiyun hadn't thought of such a deep problem. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't know what to do. Just when Lin Jiyun wanted to call Yang Ming, she suddenly felt that her hand was held by a warm, big hand. Lin Jiyun didn't resist, because she could feel that this hand was so familiar. Yes, it was Yang Ming's hand. Lin Jiyun turned her head and saw Yang Ming, who was standing beside her with a smile at the moment. "Where did you go?" Lin Jiyun subconsciously acted coquettishly, but she didn't notice that her tone was no different from a lover's questioning. "Sorry, I walked a little faster. I only found out that you were lost when I turned around." Yang Ming said apologetically. "You're not afraid, right?" "I'm not." Lin Jiyun naturally denied it. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Yang Ming had already seen Lin Jiyun's expression before, but now he just didn't expose it. Let's go. Let's go to the front and see." Okay. This feeling of regaining what she had lost made Lin Jiyun's mood become very good all of a sudden, and her hand was naturally placed in Yang Ming's hand. She didn't deliberately refuse, nor did she mention this matter. She completely pretended not to know. Yes, sometimes it's rare to be confused. Just muddle along. On the performance street, there were some acrobatic or magic performance groups. This place was completely free. They were all voluntary performances by some drama or film school students. Of course, occasionally, there would be celebrities who would make a guest appearance here to wish everyone a happy new year. Therefore, the performance street was the most crowded. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming didn't come early, so they could only stand behind the crowd. Yang Ming had no problem. He could see the performance in front clearly no matter how far he stood, but Lin Jiyun couldn't. She looked up and tiptoed, but she still couldn't see the performance in front. Looking at Lin Jiyun, who wanted to see but couldn't see, Yang Ming smiled. Then he squatted down and said gently, "Come on, come up. I will carry you." Chapter 602. Hey! Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming in amazement. "Am I being carried by him?" "Hurry up," Yang Ming urged. "Oh." Lin Jiyun looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. Then, she carefully leaned on Yang Ming. Her chest was attached to Yang Ming's back, and there was a strange feeling. Yang Ming enjoyed it even more. He reached out and held Lin Jiyun's butt and carried her on his back. "I want you to carry me too." Not far from Yang Ming, a girl said to the boy next to her, "Why do you have to carry me? Just watch." The boy was very thin, but his girlfriend was very strong. "No, you look at other people's boyfriends. They're carrying their girlfriends." The girl obviously didn't want to do it. The thin boy couldn't help it. He had no choice but to lean down and let his girlfriend, who was a size bigger than him, lie on his body. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, who were watching this, both covered their mouths and snickered. The combination of the two of them is really a perfect match. Yang Ming smiled. "Why do you say that?" Although Lin Jiyun found it very funny, she still felt that it wasn't very good to see Yang Ming openly commenting on others. "Why don't we be a good match? Why do we have to play this kind of difficult action?" As Yang Ming spoke until here, he suddenly had an evil idea. Then he said, "Come, let's play a more ruthless game." What? Lin Jiyun hadn't reacted yet. She felt that but was held up by Yang Ming's powerful hand until it was at the height of Yang Ming's shoulder. She couldn't help but panic. "What are you doing?" "Nothing." "Come, sit on my shoulder." Yang Ming held Lin Jiyun's legs forward and let her ride on his neck. Lin Jiyun suddenly blushed. "This is a bit too intimate, right? My private part is attached to Yang Ming's neck. Isn't it a bit too much?" "That's not good, right?" Lin Jiyun said shyly. "What's wrong with that?" "You mean them?" Yang Ming pretended not to understand and said, "If they want to imitate, then let them. We didn't force them to imitate." This is called Jiang Taigong fishing, those who are willing to take the bait. Sigh. Lin Jiyun didn't know whether Yang Ming really didn't understand or not, but seeing that Yang Ming didn't agree, she didn't say anything more. Sure enough, when the girl over there saw Lin Jiyun riding on Yang Ming's shoulder, she immediately followed suit. She argued with her boyfriend for a long time. In the end, her smaller boyfriend finally compromised. However, at the moment the girl sat on him, the boy below suddenly lost his balance. With a bang, the two people fell to the ground together, causing a burst of laughter. Yang Ming laughed even more, but in order to prevent the recurrence of the tragedy, he still carefully supported Lin Jiyun so that she wouldn't fall because he laughed too much. Lin Jiyun also covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. She laughed for a long time and said, "Yang Ming, you are so bad. What does this have to do with me? They don't have that figure, but they want to play with such a badass style. It would be strange if they didn't fall." Yang Ming looked like it had nothing to do with him. After watching the show on the street for a while, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun left. Originally, Yang Ming still wanted to leave like this, but Lin Jiyun wasn't willing. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming had to put her down. "Right? You still have some game coins that haven't been used, right?" Lin Jiyun suddenly remembered that Yang Ming still had some game coins in his pocket. "Oh, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." Yang Ming put his hand into his pocket and touched it. Then he said, "There's still 30 coins. Let's return it. Otherwise, it will be a waste." Lin Jiyun was a very careful girl. She didn't like to be extravagant and wasteful. Although she knew that Yang Ming was very rich and didn't care about this, she still liked to be careful. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. Anyway, the entertainment street was not far behind. It wasn't far. The two people turned and walked to the back. However, when they arrived at the place where the entertainment street sold game coins, they were told that once the game coins were sold, they couldn't be refunded. It turned out that in the entertainment street, there were several games where the reward was game coins. If the game coins could be exchanged for money, then it was a bit like gambling. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming said to Lin Jiyun, "If you don't want to return it, then don't return it. Then let's play some games." And Lin Jiyun saw that the game coins couldn't be returned. She could only do it according to Yang Ming's words. The two people just wanted to spend the game coins, so they just stopped at the nearest dartboard stall. "I want to try this," Lin Jiyun said to Yang Ming. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded quickly, then gave the boss 5 game coins and bought 10 darts. The rules of the game were very simple. Use the darts to shoot at the balloons on the template over there. The more you hit, the better the prize. Of course, if you didn't hit one, there would be no prize. The prizes range from an ordinary ballpoint pen, a couple's keychain, to the best Swarovski crystal brooch. There were all kinds of prizes. However, the gap between each balloon was very large. It was difficult to hit all 10 balloons, but it was also difficult to miss one. Therefore, almost everyone had a prize, but very few people got the best one. Lin Jiyun took the darts and began to throw them. Unfortunately, after 10 darts were shot, only 3 darts were hit. The prize was a pair of keychains. If it was bought in the wholesale market, it would only cost about 3 yuan. This was equivalent to the boss earning 7 yuan. Therefore, this kind of game generally earned more than lost. "Do you want to play again?" Yang Ming didn't care about what the prize was. The key was that Lin Jiyun was happy. "Let's not play again. I don't know how to play." Lin Jiyun felt that it wasn't worth it. Although it was fun, the prize was too bad. "If we don't play, the game coins are useless. Just use them all," Yang Ming said as he handed the remaining 20 game coins to the boss. He bought 4 rounds of darts, a total of 40 darts. Seeing that Yang Ming had paid the game coins, Lin Jiyun had no choice but to continue playing. However, the next round was a little better. She hit 5 darts out of 10. The prize was a cup. Although it was less than 10 yuan, it was at least better than before. However, for the third round, Lin Jiyun's luck was a little worse. She still only hit 3 darts out of 10. The prize was still a pair of keychains. Lin Jiyun sighed and handed the remaining 20 darts to Yang Ming. "You should do it." "I can't do it. Hee, okay?" Yang Ming smiled and took the darts. Then he asked, "What do you want?" What do you want?" Lin Jiyun asked, baffled. "I'm asking you what prize you want." Yang Ming explained with a smile. "Isn't this prize based on the number of balloons hit? You haven't shot yet. How can you choose the prize?" said Lin Jiyun. Which prize do you like? I will hit it a few times." Yang Ming smiled indifferently. "Then I said that I want the Swarovski crystal. Is that okay?" Lin Jiyun thought that Yang Ming was joking, so she went along with it and made a joke. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming said seriously, "Okay, no problem. These balloons, TSK. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. They were so close to him, and the darts were so heavy. Wouldn't it be easy to hit them? Even if they were a little further away and the darts were lighter, Yang Ming would still hit them. Even if he wasn't afraid of causing a sensation, Yang Ming could throw 5 darts at the same time. However, Yang Ming still picked up a dart and threw it out in a low-key manner. Ha! It hit a balloon. The second one was the same. After that, every dart would hit a balloon. When the last dart was thrown, Yang Ming smiled and turned to Lin Jiyun. How was it? I didn't disappoint you, right? However, Lin Jiyun, who was watching from the side, was completely dumbfounded. No way. Is this possible? Could it be that Yang Ming is a legendary martial arts master? Otherwise, how could he be so accurate? The owner of the dart stall was sweating profusely. Although it was his first day setting up a stall on Entertainment Street, he had been setting up a stall in the amusement park for many years. He had not encountered many people with such accuracy like Yang Ming. However, this was fine. At most, he would lose a crystal. However, Yang Ming still had 10 darts in his hand. Chapter 603. Lin Jiyun happily selected a beautiful crystal brooch from the boss's counter. The price of this brooch in the mall was 599 yuan, which was 600 yuan. Therefore, Yang Ming had won 600 yuan with 10 yuan. What else do you want? Yang Ming weighed the dart in his hand and asked Lin Jiyun. The boss of the dart stall was sweating. Sure enough, this guy is a fierce person. He let his girlfriend choose anything. That air humidifier is good. I want it. Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming was so powerful, so she simply pointed at the prize of 8 darts. Okay, but what if my hand trembles and I get 10 darts? Yang Ming joked. Then you can only get another crystal. Lin Jiyun also smiled happily. Ugh, that little brother, you wait a minute. The boss of the dart stall quickly stopped Yang Ming, who was about to throw the dart. He said, Little brother, can we discuss it? Discuss what? Yang Ming frowned. He thought that the boss couldn't afford it and wanted to ask him to stop. If so, Yang Ming wouldn't listen to him and would complain to the temple fair management office. Little brother, look, doesn't your girlfriend like that humidifier? I will give her one. It doesn't matter if you throw the dart well or not. The boss of the dart stall wanted to reduce the loss as much as possible, so he took the initiative to let Yang Ming choose the humidifier. Otherwise, he would have to pay another crystal. What do you think? Yang Ming turned and asked Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun nodded. Yang Ming said, Well, you take the humidifier. The boss breathed a sigh of relief. This humidifier only cost more than 100 yuan. It was much cheaper than the crystal. He got a big bargain. After getting the humidifier, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun left the entertainment street. The game coins were spent. Naturally, they wouldn't stay here. After eating some snacks with Lin Jiyun at the snack street, Yang Ming received a call from his mother. Big Ming, come back and take a look at your father. Just now, factory manager Feng called him again. Your father is sitting there alone. I tried to talk to him, but he didn't respond to me. I'm afraid that he might be sick. Mother Yang worriedly said. I know, I'll be back in a while. Yang Ming sighed and said, How could he not know what his father was worried about? After hanging up the phone, Lin Jiyun noticed that Yang Ming seemed to have something to do. So she asked, Yang Ming, is there something wrong with your family? Let's go back first. Anyway, we're almost done here. Besides, it's not convenient for us to go shopping with so many prizes. All right, I'll send you back first. Yang Ming nodded. He was also very worried about his father. His father wasn't young anymore. Sometimes people at this age tend to take things too hard and have a serious illness. Yang Ming didn't want anything to happen to his father. Filial piety came first. Although he was happy with Lin Jiyun, these things were nothing compared to his father's matters. It's okay. If you have something, you can go first. I can go back by myself. Lin Jiyun said, There's so many things. It's not easy for you to carry them yourself. Let me send you back. It's not far from your home. As Yang Ming said this, he reached out and stopped a taxi. Huh, Brother Yang, it really is you. When the car stopped, Sun Kuan poked his head out from the driver's seat. Do I look like you from afar? So, I came in your direction. It turned out to be Brother Kuan. Yang Ming was a little surprised. I was wondering, there are pedestrians near the temple fair. It's not easy to drive. There are very few taxis. I just saw you and came over. It turns out that you saw me. Get in the car." While Sun Kuan was talking, he looked at the girl next to Yang Ming in surprise. Why did he change to another one? Zhao Ying, Chen Ming Yin, Zhou Jiejia. How many people is this brother Yang stepping on? However, it was just a thought. Before he understood Lin Jiyun's identity, Sun Kuan didn't dare to talk casually. After getting in the car, Yang Ming simply introduced Sun Kuan and Lin Jiyun to each other. He didn't say much. Yang Ming was also afraid that Lin Jiyun would be embarrassed. After all, the relationship between the two people was more troublesome to introduce. When they came to Lin Jiyun's door, Yang Ming said to Sun Kuan, "Brother Kuan, wait for me. I will be back soon." "No problem." Sun Kuan nodded and said. After getting out of the car, Yang Ming sent Lin Jiyun back to the door and said, "I won't go in. Help me tell Ani Shun that I have something to do at home." "Okay." Lin Jiyun nodded and said, "If you have something to do, you can go back first." Liu Jiyun. Yang Ming suddenly turned to look at Lin Jiyun. "Oh yeah, I suddenly thought a good idea." "What good idea?" Lin Jiyun looked up at Yang Ming inexplicably. "It's the solution to the problem that you asked me before." Yang Ming smiled. "Ugh, what good idea did you think of?" Lin Jiyun's face was slightly red. She suddenly knew what Yang Ming was talking about. It must be the problem of what to do after being exposed as a fake couple. "It's very simple. Let's turn the act into reality," Yang Ming said seriously. Turn the act into reality?" Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming in amazement. "Yeah, if you really become my girlfriend, wouldn't these problems be solved?" Yang Ming smiled and pinched Lin Jiyun's face. It was unspeakably ambiguous. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming in a daze. She was somewhat overwhelmed. What was he talking about? Isn't this a joke? But how can a joke be made like this? It's too outrageous. Turn the act into reality? Be his girlfriend? But what about Chen Mingyan? Really, you can even make this kind of joke. Lin Jiyun shook her head. When she looked up again, Yang Ming had already gone far away. Yang Ming returned to the taxi. His mouth was full of smiles. Is this a confession? I wonder what Lin Jiyun will think. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to know the answer. He wanted to give Lin Jiyun some time to consider it carefully. Yang Ming seized this good opportunity and told Lin Jiyun about it. Today, he really felt Lin Jiyun's heart. Lin Jiyun should have feelings for him, so Yang Ming decided to take the initiative. Just now, Sun Kuan asked curiously. How should I say? The relationship is a bit complicated. Yang Ming shook his head and said, she could be considered as my girlfriend. Ugh, I really don't understand the feelings of you young people. I'm old. I can't do it. Sun Kuan was a bit confused. What do you mean by considered? Seeing that Yang Ming seemed to have some difficulties, Sun Kuan didn't ask more. Yang Ming also changed the topic and talked about the incident of the taxi driver that day. When Sun Kuan heard the car number, he scolded. That guy. He is such a disgrace to the taxi driver. He is notorious in the industry, but he seems to have disappeared in the past 2 days. It is said that someone notified him, and he was targeted by the traffic police. I didn't see him at the train station or other places. Yang Ming found it funny. It seems that Chun Fei's colleague that I met that day must have notified him. This guy is unlucky. Back at home, Yang Ming saw his father smoking on the sofa. He sighed, then came to his side and sat down. Dad, what's wrong? Big Ming, you are back. Yang Dahai looked up and said with a bitter smile, Dad is fine. You don't have to worry about it. Go and play in your own room. Dad, are you reluctant to part with the Songjiang bus factory? You don't want to see it go bankrupt? Yang Ming shook his head and said very seriously. This. Yang Dahai hesitated, then nodded slowly. Big Ming, I am indeed a little reluctant. After all, your dad has worked here for more than 20 years. He has seen the bus factory go from glory to decline. If the factory closes down, don't mention how uncomfortable it will be in his heart. Dad, what kind of person is factory manager phone? Why do so many factories go bankrupt? Yang Ming continued. Isn't it because of these factory managers in action? Inaction is considered good. There are even some who fill their own pockets and empty the factory. How can it not go bankrupt? Big Ming, I don't dare to say about others, but Factory Manager Feng is definitely a good factory manager, Yang Dehai said excitedly. Old Feng was the workshop director when I first joined the job. I watched him get to the position of factory manager. You see, Old Feng has been a factory manager for so many years. His house is still the same as ours, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The factory's profits weren't good, so he sold his car. Well, let's not talk about him. Yang Ming waved his hand. These things on the surface didn't explain anything. Yang Ming just said it casually. Now he just wanted to see his dad's thoughts. Dad, what do you think are the drawbacks of the factory now? Drawbacks? AI, how should I say it? There are some words that I shouldn't say, but since you asked, I will talk to you. Yang Dehai said, Factory Manager Feng is a good person, but he doesn't know how to reform and innovate. When he understands this, it is already too late. The factory has no funds, and it has to bear such a large staff expense. How can it be reformed? Chapter 604. Although everyone understands this truth now, no one mentioned it at the time, including your father. I didn't think of any reform and innovation at that time. Yang Dehai said with shame. At that time, the factory was so prosperous. The supply of cars couldn't meet the demand. Who would have thought that there would be today? Dad, there is no right or wrong in this. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Yang Ming comforted. The system and economic development at that time were the same. All factories are the same. However, do you think that if the factory is reformed now, it can reverse the current situation? Yes, it definitely can. Yang Dehai nodded heavily. Factory Manager Feng has contacted several imported car companies. He can entrust us to produce some of the parts, but we have to build the production line ourselves. Well, I will think about it. Yang Ming said after a moment of hesitation. Big Ming, what do you mean by think about it? Do you want to invest in the factory? Yang Dehai said, don't be impulsive. Although I don't want to see the factory go bankrupt, it isn't something that can be solved with your money. I know that production line. It can't be done without 30 million. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled and said, of course I know, but Dad, you can rest assured. I won't be so impulsive. Yang Ming now had nearly 400 million US dollars. Investing in the bus factory was really a piece of cake. However, Yang Ming had to do a comprehensive investigation of the bus factory before the investment. If there was really an investment prospect, then there was no harm in investing. Anyway, the money was just sitting there. It was better to let the money make more money. It could also make his father happy. Yang Ming could also understand his father's mood at the moment. Since he started working at the Songjiang bus factory, he had contributed half of his life to the factory. He had a deep relationship with the factory. If the factory went bankrupt, his heart would definitely not feel good. Now, his son Yang Ming had the ability and opportunity to save the factory. Even if the opportunity was very slim, Yang Dehai still had some expectations. However, reason told him that his son's money belonged to Lu Weishan. He couldn't use it for himself. After patting his father's shoulder, Yang Ming returned to his room and called Ho Jinhan directly. Big Marquis, I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming said, Brother Yang, what's the matter? Ho Jinhan gave a short and direct answer every time. However, Yang Ming liked his straightforward tone. Although he could also call Bao Sanli, Bao Sanli always talked to him for a long time, which made Yang Ming feel that it was a bit of a waste of time. Help me investigate the director of the Songjiang bus factory, Feng Wanjiang, and see what this person's character is like. Yang Ming instructed, then see what he has been doing recently. Report to me. Understood, Brother Yang. Is there anything else? Ho Jinhan replied. No, that's all, Yang Ming said and hung up the phone. Just as he hung up Ho Jinhan's call, another call came in. However, when Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID, his eyes suddenly shrunk. The call was actually from Fong Tian. The number was Fong Tian's house phone number. Is it Yang Ming? When he picked up the phone, he heard Fong Tian's voice. Old man Fong, are you back? Yang Ming said with some surprise. And I just came back. Fong Tian said faintly. Just now I saw you send the girl from the Lin family home. I wanted to call you, but who knew that you would leave so quickly and disappear after getting in the car. Sweat. Then you could have called me. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Forget it. It's the same to say it on the phone. Fong Tian said faintly, get ready. Go abroad with me on the 4th day of Chinese New Year. Is there any problem? What? Go abroad? Yang Ming really suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Oh man, are you mistaken? You want to take me abroad? Yes, I will take you to experience it. I helped you to take a mission. Fong Tian said, if there is no problem, then get ready. But I don't seem to have a passport yet, right? Asked Yang Ming. We're going to kill someone. Do you want to leave something on the entry and exit record? Said Fong Tian. Illegal immigration? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, by water. Fong Tian said. How many days? Asked Yang Ming. About 10 days. Fong Tian smiled. It mainly depends on your level. Okay, I got it. Yang Ming felt that his breathing was a bit rushed. Fong Tian actually took me out for a mission. In other words, this time I'm really stepping into the assassin industry. Going abroad to kill someone? It was exciting to think about it, but Yang Ming's heart was not very dark after all. So he asked, who are you killing? A drug dealer. Fong Tian said, don't worry, I won't let you kill the innocent. Only then did Yang Ming hang up the phone in relief. If he was asked to kill an innocent person, he really couldn't do it. However, it was a bit difficult to explain to his parents during his disappearance. It seemed that he could only lie and say that he went to the company. Ho Jinhan's efficiency was very fast, but this was also thanks to his current identity. He could directly understand Feng Wanjiang's situation by calling a few people in Songjiang City who had a good relationship with Feng Wanjiang. Although these people had a good relationship with Feng Wanjiang, in the face of Ho Jinhan's inquiry, who dared to hide anything? If there was anything, they would say it directly. Who knew if Ho Jinhan had a grudge with Feng Wanjiang? The other party was the underworld boss. Who dared to offend him? These people also truthfully evaluated Feng Wanjiang's character. However, this was not the end of it. Ho Jinhan could actually find the colleagues of Feng Wanjiang's son, Feng Chuan, in a short time and inquire about Feng Chuan's situation. Brother Yang, this Feng Wanjiang is very upright. People who know him say that he is more serious in his work. Moreover, he is in contact with several foreign automobile groups. It seems that he wants to discuss a business. It's just that the funds are insufficient. He has discussed the issue of financing with many people, but these people know that the factory is useless without a large amount of funds, so they are waiting. Ho Jinhan said, however, Feng Wanjiang's son, Feng Chuan, is quite interesting. Oh, what's wrong? Yang Ming suddenly became interested. Feng Chuan once drank too much in the unit. He complained to several colleagues in the same department. He said that his father's brain was short-circuited. He didn't know how to make money, but he also used his family's savings to pay for the workers' expenses. He and his mother were so angry that they wanted to cut ties with him. Ho Jinhan said, really? Yang Ming was stunned. Is this Feng Wanjiang really like what my father said? It's probably true because the colleagues saw it. Feng Chuan is very careful in his daily life. He doesn't look like a child from a cadre family. It seems that Feng Wanjiang doesn't give him any subsidies. Ho Jinhan said, I got it. Big Ho, you did a good job. Yang Ming nodded. Brother Yang, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Ho Jinhan said, right, Brother Yang, are you interested in the Songjiang bus factory? You saw it? Yang Ming didn't hide it because he and Ho Jinhan didn't need to hide it. It's not me. It's a little brother who works for me who saw it. Ho Jinhan said, this kid is very clever. He is a good material for business. I'm going to promote him to the company's marketing manager. Oh, Yang Ming's heart moved. This kid isn't simple. He actually saw my intentions for my investigation. So he said, what is the character of this kid? His character is good. He is a brother in the underworld. He climbed up from the bottom and knows the rules. Ho Jinhan quickly said, Brother Yang, if you want to use him, you can rest assured. I said that he is clever. I think you're not bad. I haven't said a few words, and you saw my intentions. Yang Ming suddenly smiled. Brother Yang is joking. Ho Jinhan smiled honestly. Okay, you want me to train this kid. If possible, I will put him in an important position. Yang Ming said, Don't worry, Brother Yang. Ho Junhan nodded. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming sighed in relief. Feng Wanjiang was a problem for him. He had been operating in the Songjiang bus factory for more than 20 years. His relationships were complicated. Even if he invested in the bus factory, he couldn't completely remove his position. There were still many things that he needed him for. If he had ulterior motives, then his investment would most likely go down the drain. Although I can promote my father to be the factory director, I don't have enough experience. Secondly, those foreign car manufacturing groups are contacted by Feng Wanjiang. I can't do it without him. Therefore, Yang Ming asked Ho Junhan to investigate Feng Wanjiang's character. If this person is really very upright and wholeheartedly for the factory, then I am relieved. Chapter 605. In terms of technology, Feng Wanjiang obviously knows more than me, so I will let him be in charge of this. In terms of management, I can use my own people. The person recommended by Ho Junhan is good. I can consider it. My father will be in charge of the overall situation. Thinking of this, Yang Ming confirmed his idea. Well, since my father likes it, why not let him do something big? Dad, I want to talk to you. Yang Ming opened the door and said to his father, who was sitting on the sofa. Oh, Yang Dahai was stunned. He looked at Yang Ming strangely. Big Ming, are you saying that you have something to say to me? Yes, Dad. Come to my room. Yang Ming said. What's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious? What can't you say in the living room? Although Yang Dahai said so, he still stood up and walked to Yang Ming's room. Yang Ming decided to confess some of his own things to his father this time. It was time. Now, in the eyes of his parents, there was a world of difference between the past and him. Moreover, this time, Yang Ming mainly wanted to tell his father about Lan Ling's matter. No matter what, Yang Dahai was his father. Lan Ling, as one of his women, couldn't always live in a state that couldn't be exposed, right? Although Lan Ling didn't ask for anything, if she could visit the house like a normal daughter-in-law, then she would be very happy. Which girl didn't want to get the affirmation and recognition of her boyfriend's family? Therefore, Yang Ming decided to talk about Lan Ling's matter first. Dad, in addition to Chun Ming Yin, I have a girlfriend. Yang Ming said slowly. Oh, what? Yang Dahai was immediately shocked. He almost jumped up from the chair. Big Ming, are you talking nonsense? Yang Dahai thought that Yang Ming still wanted to comfort him about the bus factory, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly say such a sentence. No, Dad, you didn't hear wrong. I still have a girlfriend. Her name is Lan Ling, Yang Ming said word by word. Big Ming, you. Yang Dahai immediately frowned. What are you doing? Chun Ming Yin is so good to you, and you actually play this game? Are you worthy of Chun Ming Yin? Dad, listen to me first. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, let's not talk about whether I am worthy of Chun Ming Yin, because no one is worthy of the other in this kind of thing. Before I confirm my relationship with Chun Ming Yin, I already had a relationship with Lan Ling. How should I say it? It's a fact. Dad, do you understand? Brat, are you serious? Yang Dahai was furious. You have a girlfriend, and you're still with Chun Ming Yin. Aren't you cheating on her feelings? You're committing bigamy, which is illegal. Let's see if Chun Ming Yin's father doesn't arrest you and send you to jail. Dad, in fact, the situation here is very complicated. Yang Ming explained. Moreover, Chun Ming Yin also knows the existence of Lan Ling, and she accepted Lan Ling. Yang Dahai suddenly felt that his brain began to short-circuit. After a while, he said in horror, You said that Chun Ming Yin knows? And she accepted Lan Ling? What the hell is going on here? Dad, do you believe that voodoo exists in this world? Yang Ming suddenly asked. Oh, are you talking about the voodoo of Yunnan's Miaojiang? Asked Yang Dahai. Yes, do you know? Yang Ming was a little surprised. His father really knows a lot. I probably know a little. Yang Dahai said, when I was in college, I had a classmate. He fell in love with a woman from Miaojiang. It was said that the woman gave him a special voodoo to prevent him from having a change of heart. If he had a change of heart, he would suffer retribution. At that time, we didn't believe it. We just thought it was a joke. Later, when it was time for graduation assignment, The daughter of one of our department heads took a fancy to him. On the condition that he could stay in school, she asked him to break up with the Miaojiang girl. As a result, he was greedy for vanity, so he broke up with the girl and married the daughter of the department head. He also got what he wanted and stayed in school in the name of a worker's child. However, a year later, he inexplicably bled to death. No cause could be found in the hospital. The student said that it was because he had a change of heart, which caused the voodoo to flare up. AI, but he also reaped what he sowed. Yang Ming heard it and felt a chill. Fortunately, it was a wise choice to bring Lan Ling back. If I just left after sex, I would probably be dead by now. Dad, I met Lan Ling in Yunnan. Yang Ming sighed and said, Yunnan. Yang Dahai wasn't stupid. He looked at Yang Ming and then asked anxiously, You mean she's also from Yaojiang? Yes, and I, your son, am very unfortunate. I also got voodoo. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It is probably similar to your classmate. Yang Dahai was stunned. He looked at Yang Ming at a loss. He had personally experienced this kind of weird thing. He couldn't help but believe it. Moreover, voodoo was very evil. It couldn't be detected in the hospital. His classmate was like that at the time. He was also afraid that there was a problem with the voodoo, so he came to the hospital for a thorough examination. There was a blood test and a urine test. In the end, nothing was found. He didn't take it seriously. He thought that the girl made it up to scare him in order to keep his heart. But, unfortunately, he fell for it. Looking at his father's horrified look, Yang Ming quickly said, Dad, you don't have to worry. I am sincere to Lan Ling, and I won't betray her. But, does she know about the matter between you and Chen Mingyan? Yang Dahai was still very worried about his son's safety. After all, this wasn't a joke. She knows, and she also acquiesced. Yang Ming nodded and said, Chen Mingyan also knows about my voodoo, so she also accepted Lan Ling. The current situation is like this. Big Ming, you wait. Why am I so confused? You mean that Lan Ling knows about Chen Mingyan, and Chen Mingyan also knows about Lan Ling? My God, what are you doing? Yang Dahai felt a little confused. Dad, the situation is probably like what you said. Yang Ming nodded and said, As long as you know, I have more important things to tell you. Oh, is there anything else? Although Yang Dahai still had a lot of questions in his heart, when he heard Yang Ming say this, he could only stop asking. This is the case. When Lan Ling and I were in Yunnan, we gambled a few pieces of jade. Yang Ming said, Do you know what jade gambling is? I have seen it on TV. Right? Didn't you tell me before? Yang Dahai nodded. Yes, Lan Ling has another ability. That is, her sixth sense is particularly strong. So in the few stones that Lan Ling and I chose together, we all had good jade. Yang Ming said, Previously, I told you that the money to start the company was given to me by Godfather. In fact, it is and it isn't. What do you mean? You mean the money is yours? Yang Dahai was shocked enough before, so his psychological endurance at the moment was much stronger. This was also the reason why Yang Ming told him these things step by step. You can say that. After my jade was processed by Godfather, I sold it at a good price, so it was also the money that Godfather gave me. Yang Ming said, It turned out to be like this. Why didn't you say it before? Yang Dahai suddenly realized. Previously, wasn't there a matter with Lan Ling? Besides, at that time, you and Mom were a little skeptical about my ability. Now that you have changed your view of my previous image, I dare to say it. Yang Ming said innocently. You kid. Yang Dahai shook his head and said, But what are you going to do in the future? Do you want to continue like this? You have to make a choice between Chen Mingyan and Lan Ling, right? Yang Dashan was still more concerned about Yang Ming's life safety. Dad, let's talk about this later. Why don't you ask me how much the jade was sold for? Yang Ming waved his hand and said, How much? Isn't it the money you used to start the company? Isn't it 5 million? Yang Dahai asked. It's not 5 million, Dad. In fact, 5 million is just a small part. Yang Ming opened his laptop and logged into the online bank. Then he pulled up his deposit record and said, Dad, this money is now mine. What? 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 38 million? Yang Dahai was dazzled, but he still missed one. He thought 380 million was 38 million. Is this true? Big Ming, you have more than 30 million. Yang Dehai stood up in shock and looked at Yang Ming with a stunned expression. Chapter 606. Looking at his father's expression, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. 30 million. He was so shocked. If it was 300 million, what would it be like? Moreover, it was in US dollars. Big Ming, are you kidding me? I heard that the current computer Photoshop technology is superb. Could this be Photoshopped by you? Yang Dehai still couldn't believe his eyes. Dad, in fact, you didn't see it wrong. This money is all mine. Yang Ming nodded, then closed the account on the computer and said, I didn't tell you and Mom before because I was afraid of scaring you. But it seems that you're still surprised. Nonsense. Yang Dehai slapped Yang Ming's head and said, Who wouldn't be surprised? You kid made such a big move. My heart can't stand it. Dad, then why did you slap me? Yang Ming was really hurt by his father's slap. I want to see if you're in pain to prove that you aren't dreaming. Yang Dehai smiled. Yang Ming also smiled after listening. It was rare for his dad to smile. This was rare. Dad, who was always very serious, actually had a time to joke with me. It seems that Dad's mood is really good now. Dad, have you guessed the purpose of me showing you the money? Yang Ming put away his smile and said in a slightly serious tone, I guess a little. Big Ming, are you really going to invest in the bus factory? Yang Dehai hesitated and asked uncertainly. Yes, Dad, I decided to invest in the Songjiang bus factory. Yang Ming nodded and said, Are you serious? Big Ming, don't be impulsive. This isn't a joke. Seeing that Yang Ming had money and agreed to invest, Yang Dehai's mind calmed down. That's right. After all, this was a huge sum of money. 30 million. What if he lost money after investing it? Dad, I have seriously considered it just now. Moreover, I told you so much because I want to tell you that I have the strength to save the bus factory. Yang Ming nodded and said solemnly, Big Ming, have you really thought it through? Besides, didn't you earn this money with Lan Ling? She also has a share. Can you use it privately? Yang Dehai hesitated. Dad, why wouldn't she agree? She is mine, not to mention the money. You'll know when you see her. She's a well-behaved little girl. All right, I have a photo of us together in Yunnan on my computer. I'll show it to you. Yang Ming smiled and opened a folder in the D drive of the computer. Then he opened the picture file inside and pointed at the LCD screen of the computer. Dad, she is Lan Ling. Oh, Yang Dehai was stunned, but the expression on his face immediately became very strange. He looked at Yang Ming and said, Big Ming, how old is she? Yang Dehai's subtext was to ask, Is this Lan Ling an adult? However, in consideration of his son's face, he didn't say it out loud. 16 years old. I've seen her ID card. Dad, don't worry, I won't do anything stupid like destroying a flower, Yang Ming said, sweating. Lan Ling was indeed a little too young. That's good, Big Ming. You have to pay attention to this kind of thing. Yang Dehai sighed. I know it's useless to say more. You are such an old child. Many of you have intimate relationships before marriage, but you have to pay attention to safety, Dad. I know. Let's not talk about this anymore. Yang Ming was sweating profusely. How can we not talk about it? You see, now the newspapers and TV are reporting that some children lack sexual knowledge. You have to know about safety measures. Yang Dehai said, You see, how many girls are pregnant before marriage? It's so painful to go to the hospital. You have to be careful. Dad, I know, but Lan Ling, how do I say it? She is different from normal people. She has her own way. Yang Ming explained, so you don't have to worry about it. Oh, Yang Dehai was stunned, but then he said, Are you talking about her voodoo? Is there any way to avoid this? Probably. Yang Ming nodded. Well, then I won't say more. Yang Dehai said, However, this Lan Ling is really cute. She is very likable. Since Chun Mingyan didn't say anything, then your mother and I can't say anything. Bring her home one day, and I will take a look at her with your mother. I'm afraid it won't be possible in the near future. Yang Ming talked about how Lan Ling was taken away by her grandmother to learn voodoo. Yang Dehai didn't say anything after listening. He didn't understand this. Therefore, The topic turned back to the Songjiang bus factory. Big Ming, how do you want to invest in the factory? Invest all 30 million yuan? Yes, I plan to invest 30 million yuan in the initial stage. Yang Ming nodded and said, Initial stage? What do you mean? Do you want to add more in the future? Do you still have money? Yang Dehai was baffled. Dad, Lan Ling and I brought back more than one piece of jade from Yunnan. There are many pieces stored in Uncle Zhang's warehouse. When Zhang Bin and I open our jewelry company, we will definitely make a lot of money, so it's not impossible to invest more, said Yang Ming. It turned out to be like this. I thought that you and Zhang Bin were just doing a small business. I didn't expect it to be so big. Yang Dehai suddenly said, That's really amazing. Dad, in fact, how do I say it? Godfather is a living advertisement. With his reputation, the jewelry company will definitely rise in reputation. Yang Ming said, With Godfather's appraisal, the value of the jewelry will double. Hee, I don't understand this, but I'm really happy to hear what you said. Yang Dehai said, Since you agreed to invest, then I will tell factory manager Feng and let him be happy. Dad, I have a request. Yang Ming hesitated and said, What request? If you have something to say, just say it. What's the request? Yang Dehai was baffled. This is the case. I don't know much about the operation and management of the factory. I want to find a friend to come over and let him discuss with Uncle Feng. And this investment, let's say that it's from my friend. What do you think? Yang Ming suggested. Yang Dehai thought about it. Yang Ming's words were indeed reasonable. Although he trusted Feng Wanjiang's character, such a large amount of money was indeed not reassuring if there was no one who knew about it. Moreover, it was said that one shouldn't reveal one's wealth. Yang Ming's movement in the company was already quite big. Now he wanted to invest in the bus factory. Yang Dehai was also afraid that it would cause trouble. So he said, This is also good. Then do as you say. How is your relationship with your friend? Don't worry, Dad. I have a sense of propriety. Yang Ming said, At that time, the legal person after the factory's restructuring will write your name. As for him, I just want him to find someone to assist in managing the factory's operation. You mean you want to make factory manager Feng a mere figurehead? Yang Dehai was shocked and asked quickly, That's not it. I think Uncle Feng is still weak in management and marketing. It's good to let him negotiate and be in charge of technical matters. Yang Ming said, My idea is that you command the overall situation and then let my friend be in charge of marketing. Uncle Feng is in charge of technical production. I command the overall situation. Yang Dehai was shocked. Big Ming, are you kidding? The legal person of the company can write my name. After all, it's our family's money. Naturally, it has to be written in our family's name. But if you let me be the factory manager, isn't that? Not the factory manager. Yang Ming waved his hand. It's the chairman. Chairman? Then I can't do it. I'm just a worker in the workshop. At most, I've been a model soldier a few times. How can I be the chairman? Yang Dehai shook his head and refused. Yang Ming looked at his dad's expression and couldn't help but smile. Dad, you don't have to be nervous. It's actually very easy to be the chairman. That won't work. I don't know how to do business at all. If you ask me to be the chairman, what if I ruin the factory? Yang Dehai still didn't agree. In fact, the chairman doesn't need to know how to do business. You just need to command the overall situation. To put it bluntly, you just need to look after your subordinates and let them do it. You can ask Uncle Feng to be in charge of technical matters. You just need to check. On the marketing side, most of the components in our factory are OEM orders, right? There's no need to worry about it. As for the export, let my friend be in charge. Yang Ming explained. So it's like this. Yang Dehai listened to Yang Ming's explanation. Although he still had some doubts, this worker can become the chairman just like that? Isn't this world too crazy? But he still nodded and agreed. Since you said so, then I'll do it first. If it doesn't work, you quickly replace me. I still have to go back to my workshop. Chapter 607. Dad, I really haven't seen someone like you. Yang Ming said helplessly, I don't want to be a chairman, but I like to be a worker. Aren't these two different things? Yang Dehai also smiled. That's fine. That's settled. I will call factory manager Phone now and tell him the good news. Dad, you can tell Uncle Phone that my friend intends to invest 30 million yuan, but he must have the ownership of the factory. Ask him if he agrees. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will go and say it. Yang Dahai responded and got up and left Yang Ming's room. The reason why Yang Ming added this sentence was actually to test Feng Wanjiang. In Yang Ming's words, there was a hint of meaning. That was, my friend wants the ownership, and you can't be the factory director anymore. If Feng Wanjiang was really the kind of leader who wanted the best for the factory, then he would definitely not care about this condition. If he really wanted to get any benefits, then he would definitely hesitate. If he really didn't care, then Yang Ming would still entrust him with a heavy responsibility. After all, such a career-minded person was really hard to find. It was hard to find such a person. Therefore, Yang Ming came up with such an idea temporarily. But it was also the most effective idea. Once it was related to personal interests, it was the best time to reflect a person's character. After his dad went out, Yang Ming called Ho Junhan and told him about his idea. After Ho Junhan wrote it down, he said that there was no problem and he could just hand it over to him. Feng Wanjiang went to Yang Dahai's house today. He was full of hope, but when he came back, he was disappointed. It could be seen that there was probably no hope for this matter. He just felt a little distressed for the fruits and swordfish. These were bought with his own money. Feng Wanjiang could be said to have broken his heart for this factory. However, he mostly blamed himself. In the past, when the factory was doing well, he didn't see the future direction of development clearly. He didn't reform the technology and innovate the old, leading to the current situation where the factory was about to close down. Now, he was researching new technologies day and night, looking for new developments. He had also tried to contact many imported car manufacturers. They had also agreed to cooperate, but what he lacked now was money. Feng Wanjiang sighed. During this period of time, he had gone to all the places and people he could find. However, the shortage of funds was too big. The factory could not take out any money now. They still owed the bank more than 10 million in foreign debt. Although it was a local enterprise with the support of the local government, the current situation of the factory couldn't be solved at all. Without the injection of large funds, they could only wait for bankruptcy. Moreover, Songjiang wasn't a first-class city. The financial situation was already very tight. How could they have the money to solve the problem of the factory? Therefore, Feng Wanjiang could only rely on himself to solve the problem. At this moment, Feng Wanjiang was sitting in front of the computer at home and smoking. He was looking up the latest automobile parts manufacturing and supply and demand information on the internet, and then thinking about the factory solution. At this time, the phone on the table rang. Feng Wanjiang picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, I'm Feng Wanjiang. Feng Wanjiang picked up the phone and said politely. Recently, he had called a lot of people for help, so he didn't know who was calling at this moment. Factory manager Feng? I'm Yang Dahai, said Yang Dahai. It's old Yang. Feng Wanjiang's heart moved. Could there be some good news? He quickly said with enthusiasm, Hello. Factory manager Feng, just now, I talked to Yang Ming for a long time about the factory. Said Yang Dahai. How is it? Is there any news? Asked Feng Wanjiang eagerly. It's like this. Yang Dahai thought about it and said, Yang Ming doesn't have much money. His godfather gave him more than 5 million yuan to start a company, and he has already used up most of it. If that's the case, then it's fine. Feng Wanjiang smiled bitterly with some disappointment. However, a friend of Yang Ming heard about the current situation of the factory and expressed the intention to invest. Yang Dahai changed the topic. Oh, is this for real? That's great. Where is this friend? I will go to see him now and talk to him in detail. Feng Wanjiang said quickly. Wait. Factory manager Feng, Yang Ming's friend has a condition. If he can see it, he will invest. Yang Dahai said according to Yang Ming's instructions. What is the condition? Let me hear it. Feng Wanjiang said without thinking. His condition is that he wants the ownership of the factory. After Yang Dahai finished, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, when he thought that Yang Ming would still put factory manager Feng in an important position in the future, he was a little relieved. Ownership. Feng Wanjiang frowned and said, "How much can he invest?" "The fixed assets of our factory are more than 20 million yuan. Even if there are more than 10 million foreign debts, there is still nearly 10 million left. Of course, the equipment is said to be worth this money, but in fact, it isn't worth it. But at the very least, the investment can't be less than 20 million yuan, right?" "He said that he can invest 30 million yuan, said Yang Dehai. 30 million? Feng Wanjiang exclaimed, and then immediately said with joy, "Really? Old Yang, if it is 30 million yuan, that is great. Then the big problem will be solved." Factory manager Feng, "But that person's condition is the ownership of the factory. Then you will." Yang Dehai hesitated and reminded him, "What about me? Am I not the factory manager?" Feng Wanjiang suddenly smiled and said, "What's the big deal? If you aren't, then you aren't. As long as the factory can be done well, let me go back to the workshop to be a worker with you. It doesn't matter. But the premise is that the factory must be a legitimate investment. It may be some fake accounts. In the end, it is just for the land. That naturally can't be." Yang Dehai listened to Feng Wanjiang's words, and his heart was touched. It seems that Feng Wanjiang is still a good person. "By the way, old Yang, can I meet this person now?" Feng Wanjiang's heart felt like it had grown grass, and he couldn't wait any longer. I will ask Yang Ming's friend. Isn't this a bit too fast?" Yang Dehai didn't expect Feng Wanjiang to be so anxious. "It's not fast, not fast. The sooner this kind of thing is finalized, the better. The factory can also get out of the predicament earlier," said Feng Wanjiang. After hanging up the phone, Yang Dehai couldn't help but shake his head. Feng Wanjiang is really impatient. I don't know if Big Ming's friend is ready. When he came to Yang Ming's room, he found that Yang Ming was checking the news on the internet. So he said, "Big Ming, factory manager Feng is impatient. He wants to see your friend now. What should we do?" "Now?" Yang Ming also smiled helplessly. It seems that he is really anxious. But what did Uncle Feng say about that matter? Factory manager Feng agreed to the request you said, but he said that you must invest sincerely. You can't actually get the factory's land in the name of investment, said Yang Dehai. "I know this. Are you still worried about your son?" Yang Ming said with some amusement. "Isn't the reason why I invested in this factory because of you, Dad? You have feelings for the factory, and your son has the ability, so it is like this." Yang Ming also knew that some businessmen would invest in a factory, saying that they wanted to invest. In the end, they only wanted the factory's land. It didn't take long for the factory to close down, and then they could use the land to do other things. There was also a precedent for this. But he was different. He did these things because of his father's face. Moreover, when he came back from Chen Mingyin's house, Yang Ming also clearly felt his father's sense of loss. Although Chun Fei and Mother Chun didn't despise his father's identity, his father's heart was also uncomfortable. After all, other people were cadres and leaders, but he was a workshop worker. Therefore, this was one of the reasons why Yang Ming planned to invest. It was to let his father have some confidence in the future. In fact, Yang Ming also had a little thought. That was, the words of Suya's father were deeply imprinted in his heart. Imagine, if my father was the chairman, would Suya's father still treat me like this? Would Wu Qiren deal with the matter between me and Suya like this? Probably, it would be another situation, right? I will call my friend to discuss it. Anyway, there's nothing to do now. Yang Ming said, "This matter should be done sooner rather than later." "That's fine. You make the call. I will go and prepare." Yang Dehai was at home today, and he hadn't washed his face yet. Yang Ming said that it was a discussion, but it was actually an order. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Ho Zhenhan immediately agreed. 10 minutes later, he drove to Yang Ming's house to pick up Yang Ming. "Right, bring the person you mentioned. I want to see him." Yang Ming thought about it. "If you think this person is okay, you can hint to him about my identity." "Okay, I got it." Ho Zhenhan agreed. Chapter 608. The reason why Yang Ming asked Ho Zhenhan to do this was also out of consideration for his father. If he were to manage the bus factory in the future, He wouldn't dare to do anything with Ho Jinhan's order. But after all, he was working under his father. If he knew Yang Ming's identity, he would be more respectful to his father. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming received a text message from Ho Jinhan, saying that he had arrived downstairs. It seemed that Ho Jinhan's efficiency was still very high. Yang Ming walked out of the room. His mother was wiping the floor. When she saw Yang Ming coming out, she immediately asked, "Big Ming, what are you and your father doing so mysteriously?" It's nothing. I'll let Dad tell you tonight." Yang Ming felt that it was better to let his dad tell his mom personally. Otherwise, not only would he waste his time explaining, but he would also scare his mom. "This child, well, I will ask your father tonight." His mother didn't take it seriously. She thought that even if there was something between the father and son, it wouldn't be a big deal. "You are wearing a coat. Are you going out?" I'm going out with Dad. We may not eat at home tonight," Yang Ming said. "Oh, well, I won't prepare the meal." Mother Yang nodded. In the bathroom, he saw his father washing his face and combing his hair. Yang Ming whispered, "Dad, my friend is here. He is downstairs." "Oh, then I have to hurry up," Yang Dahai said as he sped up the combing speed. "It's okay. Let him wait for a while." Yang Ming smiled and said, "He's my buddy. You don't have to be too polite." "You kid, I don't know what kind of friend you have. How can you say that? He is helping us, and you still want him to wait?" Yang Dahai shook his head. "Okay, I am done. Let's go down." "Right, Dad. Mom just asked me what happened." "I didn't say. You should tell her personally tonight," Yang Ming said as he walked. "Let me say it." Yang Dahai was stunned. Then he said helplessly, "Well, you kid." The father and son went downstairs. Yang Ming saw Ho Jinhan from afar. He was standing beside a black BMW X5. Yang Ming thought, "This Ho Jinhan really understands my mind. He knows to drive a good car to pretend to be a boss. Otherwise, if he drives a broken Jetta, he will look like a liar." "Dad, that's my friend." Yang Ming brought his father to Ho Jinhan's side and then introduced, "Big Ho, this is my dad. Dad, this is Ho Jinhan." "Hello, President Ho." Yang Dahai didn't know what Ho Jinhan did, but since he was driving a BMW, he naturally knew that Ho Jinhan was a rich man. So he directly called him President Ho. "What President Ho?" "Uncle, you could just call me Little Monkey. My mother calls me that," Ho Jinhan said humbly. He didn't dare to pretend in front of Yang Ming's father. However, the underling Wang Jinda, who was standing next to Ho Jinhan, felt like his eyes were about to explode at this moment. What the fuck? The high and mighty brother, Ho, actually became a little monkey in front of others at this moment. Although Ho Jinhan had told Wang Jinda before that he would take him to meet a heavyweight character today and let him follow this person well in the future. However, Wang Jinda thought that Ho Jinhan was just exaggerating. Although he didn't dare to disobey Ho Jinhan's arrangement, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He thought that he would be promoted faster by following Ho Jinhan. However, seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Jinda understood that the young man in front of him was obviously a ruthless person. Not only did he call Brother Ho as Big Ho, but Brother Ho was also respectful to him. "Brother Yang, uncle, get in the car," Ho Jinhan said respectfully. Wang Jinda had secretly made up his mind at this moment to follow the footsteps of Yang Ming. God, the person who is Yang Ming's brother, what kind of character is that? Therefore, Wang Jinda quickly opened the back door for Yang Ming and Yang Dahai. Yang Ming let his father get in the car first, and then he sat next to his father. "Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This is Wang Jinda. He is very clever and business-minded. I was going to promote him to the company's marketing manager, but it seems that I am still wasting his talent. Brother Yang wants to put him in a more important position." Ho Jinhan said, "However, this kid is too young. I am afraid that he can't carry the heavy burden. One's ambition isn't dependent on one's age," Yang Ming said with a smile. "Big Ho, you don't seem to be old, right?" Ho Jinhan was embarrassed by what Yang Ming said. He quickly said, "That is, Brother Yang is right." Wang Jinda was secretly amazed. Sure enough, Brother Yang is a ruthless person. However, what does Brother Yang do? Wang Jinda wasn't quite sure. Today, he followed Ho Jinhan to familiarize himself with him, so he didn't dare to ask more. He had to listen respectfully at the side. "Aren't you going to greet Brother Yang?" Ho Jinhan patted the back of Wang Jinda's head. "Brother Yang, Uncle Yang," Wang Jinda said quickly. Feng Wanjiang was naturally very happy. Yang Ming hadn't arrived yet, so Feng Wanjiang was waiting downstairs. Yang Ming's house wasn't far from his house. It was separated by a few family buildings. The car arrived after turning a corner. Factory manager Feng Yang Dehai pushed the door open and then walked quickly to Feng Wanjiang. "Old Yang." Feng Wanjiang was naturally a person who knew the goods. When he saw the BMW luxury car in front of him, he was naturally overjoyed. "Who is President Ho, Boss Ho?" "Hello, Ho Jinhan." Ho Jinhan came over and reached out to shake hands with Feng Wanjiang. "Hello, hello." Feng Wanjiang excitedly shook hands with Ho Jinhan and said, "I don't know what kind of business Boss Ho does." Feng Wanjiang was the director of a state-owned factory, so he had little contact with people like Ho Jinhan. Naturally, he didn't know what Ho Jinhan did. "Oh, I'm the general manager of the Ming Yang Security Company." Ho Jinhan handed a business card to Feng Wanjiang and said, "Yang Ming once saved my mother's life, so when he told me that his father's factory was in trouble, I was thinking of doing something to help. It turned out to be like this." Feng Wanjiang thought, "No wonder. It turns out to be a life-saving grace. I didn't expect that the kid from the Yang family really has such a life. His friends are all big bosses." "President Ho, then can we find a place to discuss the specific matters?" "Well, factory manager Feng, let's get in the car." Ho Jinhan nodded and made an inviting gesture. The BMW X5 had a lot of space, so it wouldn't be crowded with 3 people in the back row. Yang Ming, Yang Dehai, and Feng Wanjiang sat in the back row. The car slowly drove to the nightless club. Along the way, Feng Wanjiang kept introducing the current situation of his factory. He also knew that if he said it, the other party might not believe it. They would definitely investigate it. Therefore, Feng Wanjiang was basically telling the truth. However, Ho Jinhan also understood everything that Feng Wanjiang said before, but he still pretended not to know and asked some questions from time to time. Feng Wanjiang was also an old man in the business field. He could also see that Ho Jinhan seemed to be interested in the factory. He wasn't being perfunctory, so he was full of energy and kept talking about his plan. Wang Jinda, on the other hand, didn't say a word. While he was driving, he was listening quietly. Yang Ming also secretly paid attention to this person. He felt that he was okay, so he was ready to test him. When Feng Wanjiang learned that the Nightless Club was also Ho Jinhan's industry, his face suddenly changed color. Although he didn't know Ho Jinhan and didn't know about the Ming Yang Security Company, he still knew about the Nightless Club. It was said that the background of this nightclub was deep. The boss was the underworld boss of Songjiang City. Several times, his friends invited him here. His friends also told him these things. They said that it was the safest place to play because no one dared to make trouble here. When he knew about Ho Jinhan's background, Feng Wanjiang became cautious when he spoke. His heart was also drumming. This is a cooperation with the underworld boss. He can't tarnish my reputation, right? The factory was already in a slump. If they were targeted by people from the underworld, they would really have no way to survive. However, when they were eating later, Ho Jinhan said a sentence that made Feng Wanjiang feel relieved. Ho Jinhan said that he was going to set up a new company under the name of Yang Dehai. Why? Money can be earned again if it's gone, but if one's life is gone, it's really gone. Yang Ming saved his mother in the past. This was something that couldn't be exchanged with money. Moreover, Ho Jinhan had been looking for opportunities to repay Yang Ming, but there was no suitable opportunity. Now that there was an opportunity, naturally, he couldn't miss it. After listening to these words, Feng Wanjiang immediately felt relieved. He was still clear about Old Yang's character. Even if he wasn't the factory manager, Old Yang wouldn't do anything bad to the factory when he took over. Chapter 609. That night, there was a big earthquake in the Yang family. When Mother Yang learned that Yang Ming planned to invest in the Songjiang bus factory, her face immediately changed. Regardless of whether she was going to sleep at this time, she jumped up and said firmly to Yang Dahai, "No, this is definitely not possible." Mother Yang didn't have Yang Dahai's affection for the Songjiang bus factory. She was the first batch of laid-off female workers in the bus factory. It was good enough that she didn't hate the factory. How could she have a good impression of it? So, she directly blew up. That, wife, this was decided by Big Ming himself. Why don't you ask him? Yang Dahai also didn't know what to do. He knew his wife's mind. Women were always calculating. Seeing that 30 million yuan was going to be invested in an illusory bus factory, it was naturally not as practical as holding a passbook in his hand. I won't ask. How old is Big Ming? What thoughts can he have? It must be you who instigated it. Mother Yang said, "No, I have to go to Big Ming now and tell him that this is not possible." "Then you go. This is really Big Ming's own idea." Yang Dahai said, "Right, wife, it's so late. Don't disturb the child. Tomorrow is the second day. According to the custom, it is the day to return to the mother's house. Big Ming is going to Chun Mingyin's house as a guest. He has to wake up early." "Oh yes, you're right. Then I will wait for him to come back tomorrow night and look for him again." Mother Yang thought this investment isn't something that can be solved in 1 or 2 days. One more day won't make a difference. How would she know that tonight? Ho Zhenhan and Wang Jinda began to discuss the restructuring of the factory with Feng Wanjiang. "Right, old Yang, you haven't told me yet. How did Big Ming suddenly have so much money?" When Mother Yang heard that he was going to invest in the bus factory, she was confused. At this moment, she reacted. Where did her son's money come from? I have to start from the beginning. Yang Dahai deliberately kept her in suspense and diverted Mother Yang's attention to this. So, he talked about his son going to Yunnan and gambling on stones. Of course, he also talked about Lan Ling's matter. Sure enough, Mother Yang's interest in Lan Ling was far greater than the money. She asked curiously and eagerly, "Old Yang, what happened to Lan Ling? Is she beautiful? Do you have any photos?" Yang Dahai smiled bitterly after listening. "There are photos, but they're in Big Ming's computer. However, I think this little girl, Lan Ling, is not bad. She looks quite smart, but that's not important. The problem now is that our son has been poisoned by someone else's goo. He cannot be with her." This Big Ming, I didn't expect him to have some skills. Shen Mingyan actually agreed. Mother Yang couldn't help but be overjoyed. Then, wouldn't I have 2 daughters-in-law? Not bad, not bad. Yang Dahai was a little dumbfounded. What kind of logic is this? After listening to this, his first thought was anger, but Mother Yang seemed to be enjoying it, thinking that her son had done a great thing. However, seeing that she had changed her target and no longer continued to ask about the factory investment, Yang Dahai also let her be. He even echoed a few words and praised his son against his will. "Yes, Big Ming is better than me. He is full of manliness." However, this sentence that was meant to flatter the horse hit the horse's foot and immediately poked the hornet's nest. After listening, Mother Yang raised her eyebrows and said, "Yang Dahai, what do you mean by this? Do you think that one of me is not enough? Do you want to find another one? Are you envious of your son? Do you also want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines?" Yang Dahai was wronged. This is so bad. Yang Dahai couldn't wait to give himself a big slap. It's over. It's not easy to say something against my will, but I'm still misunderstood. What about you? You have to make it clear to me today. What the hell is going on? Mother Yang said unrelentingly. I say, my wife, aren't I just following your lead? I have just scolded Big Ming, saying that what he did was wrong. I said that he was sorry for Chun Mingyin and sorry for Lan Ling. But now that the situation has happened, it's useless for me to scold him. I can only accept it. Yang Dahai quickly explained. Wow, Yang Dahai, you still want to scold your son? You still accept it? What accept? Other people can't do this even if they want to. By then, I will have 2 grandsons. Haha, it's exciting just thinking about it. Mother Yang glared and said, Yang Dahai, I'm telling you, don't bother about your son's matters. Yang Dahai really wanted to cry that day. I'm more wrong than Do-e. Yang Ming had a panoramic view of the war in the house. However, Yang Ming didn't go to stop the fight. Beating was a sign of affection, and scolding was a sign of love. Besides, it wasn't a fight between his parents. It was just a different point of view. Moreover, with his father's surrender, the two of them could increase their relationship as husband and wife. And I can't watch it anymore. It's a bit of a restricted level. Yang Ming withdrew his gaze with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. I thought I was two timing. Ugh, it should be 3 or 4. Anyway, my parents only know about 2. I thought that when this matter was exposed, I would definitely be criticized, but I didn't expect my mother's thoughts to be different from my father's. She's a woman. She actually has such thoughts? But it's no wonder when you think about it. My mother only has eyes for me now. My mother will naturally support anything that is beneficial to me. What's wrong with having 2 daughters-in-law? In her opinion, the more the better. It shows that my son is powerful. He picked up the phone on the table and called Chen Mingyan. In fact, Chen Mingyan also wanted to call him, but she was hesitant. According to our folk customs, the second day of a new year was the day to return to one's mother's home. Since Chen Mingyan had established a relationship with Yang Ming, she naturally wanted to invite Yang Ming to visit her home. But she also knew that Yang Ming spent New Year's Eve at her home. Everyone had a lot of things to do during the new year. There were many relatives and friends to visit. She was afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't have time to reject her. That would be a loss of face. Therefore, Chen Mingyan simply didn't ask Yang Ming and let nature take its course. However, when she picked up Yang Ming's phone call, she was slightly happy. They just broke up in the morning, and Yang Ming called at night. "Mingyan, are you asleep?" Yang Ming said gently. "Not yet. I was just talking to my parents. Now I'm calling you in my room." Chen Mingyan said obediently. "Did you miss me?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. And Chen Mingyan didn't hide it. Anyway, there were no outsiders nearby. "I missed you. How about you?" "Me too. That's why I called you." Yang Ming said, "Are you free tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? What are you going to do?" Chen Mingyan's heart moved. "Isn't tomorrow the second day of New Year? It's the day to go back to your parents' home. Naturally, I have to go to your house as a guest." Yang Ming explained. What? We haven't gotten married yet." Chen Mingyan was happy, but when she heard Yang Ming say it so directly, she couldn't help but be a little shy. "Then, I'm not going." Yang Ming teased Chen Mingyan. "You dare." Chen Mingyan was immediately unwilling and blurted out. But then, she felt that she was too straightforward. Wasn't it obvious that she wanted to ask Yang Ming to come? So, she quickly changed her words. "It's up to you whether you want to come or not. Hee, I won't joke with you anymore. Let's be serious. Is there anything at your home tomorrow?" asked Yang Ming. "Tomorrow, my dad will accompany my mom to my grandmother's house." Chen Mingyan said this and only felt her face blush. Yang Ming went to her house, and her father went to her grandmother's house. What kind of logic is this? "Oh," Yang Ming said with some disappointment. "Then why am I going to your house? There's no one there." "I can't go. I'm at home." Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming wanted to back out and said quickly, "That's fine, but just the two of us? Staying at your house?" Yang Ming felt that the two of them couldn't just stay at home. "I saw on TV that the Songjiang New Year's Temple Fair is good. Why don't we go together?" asked Chen Mingyan. Temple Fair?" Yang Ming immediately complained. "I just went there with Lin Jiyun today. Do I have to go again tomorrow? I thought that I would just have a meal at the Chun family's house tomorrow." Who would have thought that Chun Fei actually went to visit his father-in-law? "Yang Ming, let's go. I heard that there's a rock climbing project. The winner can get a couple of Taurus necklaces," said Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming was even more miserable. "It can't be. Rock climbing? Isn't this asking for my life? If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't show off today. Really? If someone found out that I took another girl to rock climb tomorrow, I don't know what the consequences will be." So he quickly said, "Mingyan, that rock climbing is said to be very dangerous. Let's not play." Chapter 610. Danger? Now that you've gotten me, you're not treating me well, right? Chen Mingyan was immediately angry when she heard it. "How did you climb from downstairs to our dormitory? You could climb up there, let alone rock climbing?" After that, Zhao Cixi told Chen Mingyan about Yang Ming's ability to leap over roofs and vault walls. So Chen Mingyan remembered that Yang Ming was extraordinary. Besides, rock climbing was much simpler than climbing, and there were safety measures below. Therefore, Chen Mingyan naturally felt that Yang Ming didn't value her. He didn't cherish things that were too easy to get. Now, I haven't done it with him yet, but Yang Ming has already begun to not be as attentive to me as before. If I do it with him, won't he throw me aside? Chen Mingyan thought angrily. It was no wonder that she would think this way. Once, when they were in high school, Yang Ming was obedient to her, but now... AI. Chen Mingyan shook her head. It was really like the saying, before falling in love, it was the girl who had the boy under control, but after falling in love, it was the opposite. When Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan say this, he secretly thought that it wasn't good. How could I forget this for a while? With the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Zhao Cixi, she would definitely tell Chen Mingyan what she saw and heard when she saw me climbing the wall that day. Now that I'm giving all kinds of excuses, it would be strange if Chen Mingyan wasn't angry. Thinking of this, Yang Ming could only brace himself and say, well, then I will definitely get that pair of necklaces for you. I will not be afraid of difficulties and go forward bravely. That's more like it. When Chen Mingyan heard that Yang Ming agreed and wanted to get the ultimate prize for her, she felt a lot more comfortable. Then you come to my house tomorrow morning. Earlier, you can still see my parents. And that's fine. Then I'll be there at 7:30. Yang Ming sighed in his heart. Tomorrow, what will happen? Early the next morning, Yang Ming deliberately made a hairstyle for himself. He used gel to make his hair stand up, but look quite cool. Yang Ming wasn't a person who was shameless, but this was also a last resort. He was afraid of being recognized. Moreover, Yang Ming also deliberately changed his coat today to make himself as different as possible from yesterday. However, familiar people could still recognize him at a glance. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming could only do this. If he was recognized by someone, then he really couldn't do anything. It was really inconvenient to not have a car. It seemed that when Car City opened after the Chinese New Year, he had to get a car to drive first. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to go back and forth. Chun Fei and Mother Chen deliberately waited for Yang Ming to have breakfast together today. After the food was prepared, the family sat in the living room and chatted. AI. When I first had Xiao Yan, our family took her to my mother's place. In a blink of an eye, it was almost 20 years later. Xiao Yan also brought her boyfriend to our house to be a guest. Mother Chen said with some emotion, yeah, time and tide wait for no one. It passed in a blink of an eye. Chen Fei smiled after listening. You have been a daughter-in-law for many years. You have become a mother-in-law. You should be happy. Yes, he. It turned out that I went to visit others every year. Now, someone finally came to visit me. Mother Chen smiled. Chen Mingyan lowered her head and didn't dare to interrupt. It was no wonder. Her parents were joking with her. How could she dare to interrupt? As they were talking and laughing, the doorbell rang. Chen Mingyan quickly stood up and looked at the door. Sure enough, she saw Yang Ming standing at the door with a smile. He was holding a bag of gifts in his hand. You are here? Chen Mingyan said with joy. And where are your parents? Have they left? Asked Yang Ming. No, they are waiting for you to eat breakfast. Chen Mingyan said and took the gift in Yang Ming's hand. Then I won't be polite. It just so happens that I haven't eaten in the morning. Yang Ming said casually. Yang Ming is here? Chen Fei also came out to greet him. Look at you now. You're learning this from me. Just come. Why do you have to bring gifts? Uncle Chun, I am different. First, I am not asking you to do anything. Second, I'm not trying to curry favor with you. It is purely a visit from a younger generation to an elder. Why can't I bring gifts? Yang Ming smiled. You are full of nonsense. But don't bring gifts next time. Your Annie's unit gave out food every year. I still want to bring some to your family. Chen Fei smiled. Go and wash your hands. Let's have breakfast. The Chen family breakfast was very simple. It was plain porridge and pickles. However, Yang Ming was full of praise. Auntie, your cooking is really good. The porridge and pickles are so good. It seems that Uncle Chun has good food. If I can eat this delicious breakfast every morning in the future, I will be happy. However, after Yang Ming said this, he found that Chun Fei's family was looking at him strangely. However, after a while, Chun Fei and Mother Chen suddenly laughed. Chen Mingyan also lowered her head shyly. Yang Ming wasn't stupid. He immediately understood what was going on. This breakfast was made by Chun Mingyan. Yang Ming, you will really have such good food in the future, Chun Fei said with a smile. This breakfast was made by Mingyan. How is it? The taste is good, right? And Yang Ming quickly said, not bad, not bad. Huh, it seems that I will be happy in the future. But what about Uncle Chun in the future? Hee, Chun Fei said with a smile. What you eat is only the apprentice's cooking. I have a master here. As Chun Fei said this, he pointed at Mother Chun. Yang Ming suddenly realized that Chun Mingyan's craftsmanship had been passed down by Mother Chun. After breakfast, Chun Fei and Mother Chun packed up and prepared to go to Chun Mingyan's grandmother's house. Seeing the bags of gifts in Chun Fei's hands, Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Chun, I found that you were really funny. What's wrong with me? Chun Fei was somewhat inexplicable by Yang Ming's sudden laughter. We are really the pot calling the kettle black. Look at yourself. You said that I saw you bringing gifts. Then what are you doing now? Yang Ming said mischievously. Ugh. Chun Fei was suddenly speechless. He looked at the things in his hands and blushed. Mother Chun, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh. The family was happy and harmonious. There was no estrangement at all. Chun Mingyan was very happy that Yang Ming could get along so well with her parents. Okay, Yang Ming, don't insult your Uncle Chun. I won't talk about you next time. Chun Fei shook his head helplessly. Sometimes it's just talk, but when you really do it, you have to follow the custom. After Chun Fei and Mother Chun left, there were only two people in the house, Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan. Chun Mingyan was busy going to the bathroom to put on makeup. Yang Ming was bored watching the cultural program on TV. Before the Chinese New Year, there were a lot of cultural performances held by various associations in these places. He couldn't watch all of them. He casually changed the channel of the party program, and it was actually a broadcast of Xu Ye's performance. Yang Ming put down the remote control and watched the program on TV. He didn't know why, but Yang Ming had a special interest in this Xu Ye. Yang Ming couldn't explain why. Was it because her name was similar to Suya? Or was it because she had the ring that he gave to Suya? Maybe it was both of these reasons. After Chun Mingyan cleaned herself up, she went out of the bathroom and saw Yang Ming watching TV. She asked curiously, Oh, do you like Xu Ye? I'm just watching. Yang Ming smiled. Why? Is she your idol? Kind of. I like her very much. Chun Mingyan said, She is beautiful and her voice is good. But even if you like her, I won't be jealous. Why? Yang Ming asked, baffled. When did Chun Mingyan become so generous? Haha, it's very simple. Even if you like her, it's in vain. You and her can't have any intersection. Chun Mingyan said indifferently. She is a big star. There are many people who like her. Who knows you? That's right. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. But if you can really pursue her, I will accept it. Chun Mingyan didn't believe that Yang Ming and Xu Ye would have any intersection, so she said this. What do you mean? Yang Ming's heart moved. Nothing. If you want to find a mistress, you can find a star that I like. In that case, I won't be angry. Chun Mingyan said with a smile. Are you serious? Yang Ming didn't believe it. Of course it's true, Chun Mingyan said seriously. But I'm afraid you can't find one. In fact, Chun Mingyan did think so. Yang Ming couldn't find a star to be his wife. So, in order to show her generosity, she deliberately said this. Anyway, she wouldn't lose anything from his promise. Chapter 6:11. However, Chun Mingyan didn't know that it was the words she said today that made her regret it in the future. However, she couldn't do anything about the person who said it. Well, then I will work hard. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, you work hard. Chun Mingyan also smiled. I'm looking forward to it. However, Chun Mingyan was still a little worried. She changed the topic and said, "We are talking about Shuya. We can't change it to someone else. If you find a small celebrity who isn't famous, I won't do it." When Chen Mingyan said this, she limited the candidate to only one. As a result, Yang Ming's chance was even slimmer. She was really afraid that Yang Ming would find a starlet in the future to fulfill her words. Therefore, Chen Mingyan deliberately added another sentence. She felt that Yang Ming wouldn't find Shuya to be his concubine. Was it simply impossible? Shuya was a big celebrity who was eye-catching, and Yang Ming was just a small character. Shuya could marry anyone. How could she marry Yang Ming? Moreover, even if she was willing to marry Yang Ming, could she bear to share a man with others? It was completely impossible. It was 10,000% impossible. Therefore, Chen Mingyan was so generous this time. "Okay, it will be Shuya," Yang Ming said with a smile. "It's not Shuya, it's Shuya." Chen Mingyan wasn't a fool. She certainly heard the ambiguity in the middle of Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming was speechless. He wanted to be vague, but he didn't expect Chen Mingyan's ears to be sharp. She heard what he said. He had to say, okay, it will be Shuya. Is that okay? And okay. Chen Mingyan nodded. But you have to set a time limit. From now on, it will be invalid within 1 year. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's lewd expression and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Therefore, she added a time limit. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing it. The conditions kept shrinking. From the beginning, it was only a celebrity to Shuya. The time limit changed from indefinite to 1 year. 1 year? What kind of joke is this? I'm still in college, and I'm busy with the jewelry company and bus factory. How can I go to Hong Kong to flirt with a celebrity? Even if I take a step back and say that I have the time to flirt with some celebrities, I still haven't figured out my harem. Let's not talk about Lan Ling and Xiao Qing, who I pushed down. Even if I didn't push down Lin Jiyun, it seems that I pushed her down too. There's still Zhaoing, Zhou Jijia, who loves me so much, and even Sun Jie. It's really confusing just thinking about it. However, Yang Ming really didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, there was no difference between 1 year and 10 years. He didn't want to have anything to do with Shuya. Well, 1 year it is. Yang Ming nodded. Is there anything else to add? Yang Ming said this, but made Chen Mingyan a little embarrassed. She shook her head and said, "Nothing, that's all." "All right, let's not talk about this. Are we going out now?" asked Yang Ming. "Okay, then you don't want to watch TV?" Chen Mingyan glanced at the program on TV and said, "It turns out that Shu Ya's song is over. I was wondering why you were willing to leave." Sweat. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. "How do I know when she is done? I didn't even notice. I'm just joking with you. Why are you so nervous?" Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming's helpless look and found it funny. The two people went out of the house and then walked to the commercial street. Chen Mingyan's house wasn't far from the commercial street, but it wasn't close, so the two people took a taxi and rushed to the location of the temple fair. However, coincidentally, when they just got out of the car, they met Li Yixuan and Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan was walking proudly in front, but Li Yixuan followed behind her. Yang Ming. After Li Yixuan saw Yang Ming, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly greeted him. At this time, Wang Xiaoyan also looked back and saw Yang Ming. She nodded to him. Yang Ming was used to this. There were some misunderstandings between the two people. The relationship was really tense. It was good to meet and nod. "Are you also here to visit the temple fair?" asked Li Yixuan. "Yeah." Chen Mingyan nodded and then pointed to Wang Xiaoyan, who was walking in front, and whispered, "Why doesn't your girlfriend like to talk to people?" Chen Mingyan didn't know what the relationship between Li Yixuan and Wang Xiaoyan was. At the barber shop, Li Yixuan only told Yang Ming about the relationship between the two people, and he didn't say hello to Chen Mingyan before he left. So, Chen Mingyan only thought that Wang Xiaoyan was his girlfriend. "AI, what girlfriend? I'm on the way to pursue." Li Yixuan smiled bitterly. "Right, buddy. The trick you taught me last time, I used it when I went back, but it didn't work." "What trick?" Yang Ming was stunned. He simply didn't remember what trick he taught him last time. It was no wonder. At that time, Yang Ming was annoyed by this guy. He had no choice but to talk nonsense and made up an idea for him. "It's to borrow money from her." Li Yixuan said, I followed your instructions and went back to borrow 2,000 yuan from her, but she didn't seem to care at all. She still looked very rich, and she didn't rush to find me to return the money. Sweat. Yang Ming had a headache when he heard it. This guy really did it? But since he was asked again, Yang Ming had no choice but to say, maybe 2,000 yuan is nothing to her, right? You should borrow more. It makes sense. After listening, Li Yixuan nodded thoughtfully and said, I think so too. I borrowed too little. It's nothing to her. Then I will be ruthless. I will borrow 10,000 yuan from her. Yang Ming had cold sweat after he heard it. Please don't let Wang Xiaoyan know that this is my idea. If she knows, then I'm done for. What are you talking about? What borrowing money? Chen Mingyan was somewhat inexplicable. Yang Ming, do you owe him money? Or does he owe you money? No one owes anyone money. Yang Ming said quickly, it's fine. We were just chatting casually. We were talking about a web novel. Oh, Chen Mingyan shook her head. Why do you still read those web novels? It's so boring. I had nothing to do that day and went to take a look. It was all made up. What special ability? It was all nonsense. Don't read that thing in the future. Ugh. Yang Ming scratched his head. What is my special ability? However, he couldn't tell Chen Mingyan. He just nodded perfunctorily to show that he understood. Although Wang Xiaoyan didn't talk much, because she knew Yang Ming, she slowed down her pace for the sake of Zhao Ying's face. The four people walked side by side, but it was still very cold. There was nothing to say. When they came to the commercial street, Li Yixuan pointed to some things sold on the street and asked Wang Xiaoyan if she wanted them. Wang Xiaoyan was expressionless. At first, she shook her head. Later, she didn't even shake her head and directly ignored him. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan looked at each other and smiled. This Li Yixuan was obviously a foil. Chen Mingyan bought several things. The hair clip that she bought in high school last time had been used until now. Chen Mingyan also wanted to change a few new ones. Therefore, when they came to a small stall selling hair accessories, they stopped. Although Wang Xiaoyan and Li Yixuan didn't talk much, after all, she was a girl. When she picked up the hair clip with Chen Mingyan, the two people would whisper. Yang Ming was smiling all the way, but his heart had been secretly alert, because he felt that someone was following them. Moreover, this person is also a master. It could be said that he is at least on par with me, or even better than me, because Yang Ming looked back several times. He didn't see who was following them in the crowd. Yang Ming didn't know the purpose of this person, and he didn't know who he was following. Is it me? Or is it Chen Mingyan? However, this possibility wasn't high. Yang Ming only felt that someone was following them after he met Li Yixuan at the commercial street. Therefore, the target of this person who was following them was likely to be Li Yixuan or Wang Xiaoyan. Could it be a bodyguard sent by Li Yixuan's family? It was no wonder that Yang Ming thought so. It was normal for a rich young master like him to go out with a few bodyguards. However, wasn't this bodyguard's kung fu a bit too high? Since ordinary means couldn't find out who was following them, Yang Ming simply didn't look back. From time to time, he closed his eyes. Yang Ming could clearly see everything around him. Soon, Yang Ming locked his target on a middle-aged man. Let's call him a middle-aged man for the time being, because from his ordinary appearance, it was difficult to see his age. Chapter 612. More than 20? Looks older? More than 30? Just this age? Or in his 40s? Looks younger? In short, this person was the kind of person who wouldn't take a second look if he was placed in a crowd. His appearance was so ordinary that you couldn't remember him at all. You would take the initiative to ignore him. If it weren't for Yang Ming's super special ability and keen insight, it would be difficult to find this person. However, after Yang Ming knew the location of this person, he didn't alert the enemy. Yang Ming wanted to see what the purpose of this person was. When a person was a small character, life was dull. But as this person's ability improved, the people or things he encountered were different. This logic was strange, but it was the truth. If you weren't in your position, you wouldn't scheme. If Yang Ming wasn't an assassin and didn't have so many hidden identities, he wouldn't pay attention to things like being followed. I say, Your family seems to be quite rich. Yang Ming looked at Li Yixuan and asked. It's okay. When it came to his family, Li Yixuan immediately became full of confidence. My old man can be considered as one of the top in Donghai. Oh, I heard that the young masters of rich families have bodyguards when they go out. Do you have one? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Bodyguard? I don't have that. How rich is that? You have to bring a bodyguard when you go out. Li Yixuan shook his head. Probably only the 4 young masters of Donghai go out with bodyguards. For young masters? What is that? Yang Ming had never heard of the 4 young masters in Donghai. It's just a few prodigals. The father is rich and the son is prodigal. It's nothing. Li Yixuan was obviously unwilling to mention this. Although his family was rich, compared to those people, it was nothing. Oh, Yang Ming didn't care. What 4 young masters? They were called so because of their father's face. In Yang Ming's view, they were the 4 big idiots. However, one thing was certain now. That was, the person behind was not Li Yixuan's bodyguard. Then what was his purpose? Moreover, it seemed that Li Yixuan's family was not particularly rich. Everything became more suspicious. Yang Ming wasn't afraid of anything. He would deal with whatever came his way. If someone dared to find trouble with him, he would make sure that he wouldn't be able to return. But Chun Ming inside, Yang Ming had to be careful. Chun Fei was the captain of the criminal investigation team. His usual job was basically to offend people. Offending this and offending that. Especially the families of some criminals. There was an extreme existence of revenge. They did not dare to retaliate against Chun Fei. So naturally, they would make a move on his daughter. Although this situation was rare, it didn't mean it didn't exist. There was also a precedent for the family members of the police officers being retaliated against by the family members or friends of the prisoners. Then 10, then 10,000, then 10, then 1, 10,000. The person who followed them saw that Yang Ming and the other 3 stopped in front of the small stall selling accessories, so he no longer went forward. Instead, he pretended to find a stall and looked at it. However, since Yang Ming had already noticed him, he wasn't afraid that he would do it again. As long as he remained vigilant, he couldn't make any big movements. Chen Mingyan chose a few hair clips, and Wang Xiaoyan also chose a few. Pay up. Chen Mingyan now didn't have to be polite with Yang Ming. The matter between the 2 people was basically settled. Chen Mingyan also began to exercise her rights as a wife. Yang Ming opened his wallet and took out a 100 banknote and handed it over. Over there, Li Yixuan also quickly said flatteringly, Xiaoyan, let me pay. Aren't you out of money? You want to lend me money to buy things? Wang Xiaoyan didn't appreciate it at all and glared at Li Yixuan. Do you all count together? The stall owner didn't hear the words of Li Yixuan and Wang Xiaoyan. He took the 100 yuan handed over by Yang Ming and asked, And let's count them together. Yang Ming said indifferently. The boss gave Yang Ming the money, and Wang Xiaoyan didn't refuse. She picked up the hair clips and put them in her pocket as if it was natural. In her opinion, she had done enough for Yang Ming. What was the point of buying 2 hair clips? Yang Ming was too lazy to bother with her because of the 2 embarrassing things. The 4 people went out of the commercial street and walked to the entertainment street. Yang Ming had been paying attention to the person behind him this time. Sure enough, when Yang Ming and the others walked forward, the person also walked forward. Li Yixuan, this guy, was rich and overbearing. When he came to the entrance of Entertainment Street, he directly exchanged 200 yuan of game coins. Then, he gave half of it to Yang Ming and said, Come, it's my treat. Just now you bought the hair clips. This time, I will pay the bill. He said this deliberately for Wang Xiaoyan to hear. It seemed that Yang Ming paid for Wang Xiaoyan because of his face. Wang Xiaoyan wanted to spend her own money to buy the game coins, but Li Yixuan had given it to her, so it wasn't easy to refuse. She took a few, and they entered the entertainment street together. Yang Ming found that the interests of the girls were similar. Sure enough, Chen Mingyan also took a fancy to the bag fishing game. It should be said that she took a fancy to the prize there. This time, Yang Ming didn't simply give a suggestion. He was afraid that the waiter here would recognize him. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan was also very interested. The two girls paid the game coins and started to play. Li Yixuan kept giving advice to Wang Xiaoyan, but Wang Xiaoyan simply pretended not to hear it. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Ming said to Chun Mingyan, "You play first. I'm going to the toilet. I drank too much water in the morning." Chun Mingyan didn't doubt him. She nodded and continued to play the game. Yang Ming wasn't going to the toilet at all. He was going to find the person who was following behind. If he didn't figure out the true intention of this person, then it would always be a problem. So Yang Ming planned to meet this tail. Yang Ming pretended to walk to the back as if nothing had happened. On the way, he talked to a cleaning auntie. "Auntie, I want to ask, is there a toilet nearby?" "Toilet? Yes, there is. You go straight along here. It is about 300 meters. On the commercial street, there is a public toilet," said the auntie. "Thank you." Yang Ming deliberately said it loudly. The tail wasn't far from here. He could definitely hear the conversation between Yang Ming and the auntie. Yang Ming raised his head and looked around. He lifted his leg and walked forward. The tracker obviously saw that Yang Ming was looking for the toilet, so he didn't care. In other words, his eyes weren't on Yang Ming at all, but the three people who were playing the game over there. Therefore, Yang Ming was more and more sure that this person wasn't looking for him, but one of the remaining three people. But he was afraid that it was Chun Mingyan. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't take the risk to alert the enemy. "Pa!" Yang Ming reached out and patted the tracker's shoulder. The tracker's heart was stunned. His vigilance was very strong. When Yang Ming came over, he didn't notice him. However, when he saw that Yang Ming was asking about the direction of the toilet, he was automatically ignored. Moreover, the observation object of the tracker wasn't Yang Ming. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so easily patted on the shoulder by Yang Ming. "Buddy, let's find a place to talk." As Yang Ming spoke, his right hand had already casually pressed the acupuncture point behind the tracker's neck. If this guy dared to resist, then the consequences would be death or injury. Yang Ming seemed to put his hand on the tracker's neck, but the tracker's heart was in turmoil. His fatal acupuncture point was held by someone. Although he didn't know if Yang Ming was unintentional or intentional, he didn't dare to be rash. If it was unintentional, then it was fine. After all, there were many coincidences in this world. But if it was intentional, then who was this guy? How could he actually control me? Even if there were some elements of underestimating the enemy and the opponent's luck, but in the assassin world, winning was winning and losing was losing. Regardless of the process, only the result. No matter what the reason was, if you failed, then you may lose your life. No matter what means you used to get it, the bounty was yours. Therefore, the tracker pretended to be surprised and said, "You are. I don't know you. Don't know me. You didn't know me, but you followed me for so long." Yang Ming sneered. "Your tracking method is too clumsy." Clumsy? The tracker was stunned. His tracking methods were considered to be one of the best in the world. Now, it was actually said to be clumsy. Before this, the tracker was very confident in his tracking skills, but it was damaged by Yang Ming's words. Chapter 613. It was no wonder that he had never failed before. Moreover, even if the person who was being followed noticed that someone was following him, it was difficult to find him in the crowd. He was very conceited about his makeup skills. However, Yang Ming discovered it. How would he know where Yang Ming's special ability was? No matter how superb the tracking technique was, could you prevent others from having eyes on the back of their heads? Now Yang Ming's situation was similar to having eyes on the back of his head. Moreover, this eye was equipped with infrared telescopes. If he couldn't find this stalker, then Yang Ming's special ability would simply be disabled. However, when Yang Ming said this, the stalker finally understood that Yang Ming didn't hold his acupoint by luck, but deliberately. This seemingly indifferent man in front of him was a master among masters. In fact, when it came to skills, Yang Ming wasn't the opponent of this stalker. However, the stalker had a preconceived impression, so he didn't dare to easily fight with Yang Ming. Not to mention that Yang Ming was holding his acupoint at the moment. "I didn't follow you." The stalker looked at Yang Ming and said, "Friend, Which road are you on? We don't know each other. Please make things easy for me. If you didn't follow me, then who are you following? One of the four of us? Yang Ming snorted. But he thought in his heart, of course, you're not following me. If I knew that you were following me, I would have already killed you. The stalker didn't speak, but apparently he acquiesced to Yang Ming's statement. Yang Ming frowned and said, Please, I don't want to kill people in public. Where are you going? The stalker saw that he couldn't escape, so he had to accept his fate. Just on the side of the road. I just want to know your purpose. Yang Ming said faintly. However, you don't want to be perfunctory. Although I don't want to kill people here, nothing is absolute. The stalker was speechless. Originally, he was the one who threatened others. Now he had become the object of threat. It was really a case of shooting the goose all day long, but the goose pecked his eyes. Speak. Yang Ming got the tracker to the side of the road and asked. The tracker gritted his teeth and said, I promise I don't want to harm you or your companions, but I can't tell you my purpose. You're quite stubborn. Yang Ming smiled and casually patted the tracker. Yang Ming's trick was tried and tested time and time again. No matter how stubborn you were, it was guaranteed to make you want to die. What is your relationship with Senior Fong? The stalker trembled all over. Apparently, Yang Ming's unique skill had made his whole body itch unbearably. However, he still widened his eyes and asked with difficulty, Who the hell are you? Killing intent flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. However, when he recalled that this person called Fong Tian Senior Fong, he did not continue to attack. We're on the same side. We're on the same side. Although the stalker was tough, Yang Ming made him feel like ants were drilling into his heart. Yang Ming didn't believe this guy's nonsense. Fong Tian's identity was a secret, and he had retired from the underworld for many years. Even during his heyday, there were very few people who had seen him, let alone know his surname. Therefore, it was fine if this guy didn't say so. Once he said so, Yang Ming was even more suspicious of his identity. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't make it clear, don't go back today. Yang Ming said with a sneer. The stalker was obviously hesitant. You too, what are you doing? At this time, an old lady wearing a red armband came over and said, Private stalls are not allowed here. Are you going to set up a stall? Set up a stall? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. What stall am I setting up? Don't you want to set up a fortune-telling stall? You don't learn good things at such a young age. Why are you setting up a stall to cheat money? The old lady reprimanded. You stand up. I'm just resting here. What fortune-telling? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. This old lady obviously regarded him as a swindler. Stand up. Hurry up. The old lady pointed to her armband and said, I'm the business assistant of the temple fair. Auntie, you misunderstood. Yang Ming wanted to explain, but the stalker interrupted Yang Ming's words. The stalker suddenly said, Auntie, this guy's a swindler. He pulled me and wanted to read my fortune. He didn't let me go. Okay. You still dare to say that you're not a swindler? You stand up. The old lady said, If you don't stand up, I'll call for help. Yang Ming was really helpless this time. He had to stand up with the stalker, but his hand never left the stalker's neck. What's wrong with you? You're not being honest when you stand up? Let go of me. As the old lady said, she reached out to grab Yang Ming's hand that was on the stalker's neck. Yang Ming was helpless. In front of this old lady, he really couldn't do anything to the stalker. He had to let go of his hand resentfully. It didn't matter if Yang Ming let go, but the stalker suddenly broke free from Yang Ming's restraint and escaped in the opposite direction. Yang Ming sighed for a while. He helplessly looked at the stalker's disappearing back and shook his head. If it weren't for this old lady, he might have asked something. However, Yang Ming also admired this guy's endurance. Although Yang Ming didn't use too much strength, the pain on his body was enough to make ordinary people roll on the ground unbearably. But this person not only didn't, but he could also escape. Sure enough, he was a ruthless character. However, the more ruthless such a character was, the more Yang Ming was not at ease. Yang Ming even faintly felt that if he fought with him face to face, the outcome was still unknown. What's going on? Why did he run? The old lady looked at Yang Ming in surprise. Auntie, you really know how to cause trouble. Yang Ming said snappily, that guy owes me money. I finally found him, but he ran away. Ah. The old lady saw that something was wrong when the stalker ran away. Now that she heard Yang Ming say so, she suddenly realized. She said embarrassedly, you see how it is? I don't know. Sorry. Forget it. Yang Ming waved his hand and helplessly turned to leave. This guy knows Fong Tian. Which group is he from? Fong Tian only has one disciple. If there must be one more, then Dong Jun can be counted as one. Other than that, Fong Tian didn't have any other disciples, and in the assassin world, there was no acquaintance. Fong Tian wouldn't be so stupid to announce his identity. This matter seems to be really troublesome. Yang Ming planned to go to Fong Tian's place at night, no matter what, to explain this matter to Fong Tian. This couldn't be delayed. Back at the entertainment street, in front of the fishing bag game stall, he saw Chun Mingyan holding a super big plush bear with a smile. It's actually the grand prize. It can't be, right? This works too. I didn't help her, but she actually got the grand prize? How is it, Yang Ming? Am I awesome? Chun Mingyan proudly shook the plush bear in front of Yang Ming. Quite awesome. How did you do it? How many times did you play? Yang Ming was really surprised. Just once. Hee hee. Chun Mingyan laughed. Yang Ming opened his eyes wide. He couldn't help but admire Chun Mingyan's luck. It's really too good. So lucky. Yang Ming gave a thumbs up and said sincerely, what luck? There's a skill to this. When Chun Mingyan heard Yang Ming say that she relied on luck, she immediately disagreed. I thought it through carefully. There's a skill to this thing? It can be thought through? Yang Ming was surprised. Yeah, you see, I got the red car from the bag in the middle of the first row. Chun Mingyan nodded and explained. Do you know why I wanted to fish this bag? That's because the most dangerous place is the safest place. Chun Mingyan said her thoughts, but it was surprisingly similar to Yang Ming's statement yesterday. Yang Ming looked at Chun Mingyan in amazement. Wasn't this what he said to Lin Jiyun yesterday? If he wasn't sure that Chun Mingyan wasn't around, Yang Ming even thought that she had eavesdropped on his logic. How is it? I'm the daughter of the criminal police captain. My logic isn't bad, right? Chun Mingyan looked at Yang Ming's surprised look, and she was very proud of it. Amazing. Yang Ming thought of a sentence like father, like daughter. Wang Shan didn't get the big prize, but only a few small prizes. But even so, she didn't show the slightest unpleasant expression. Her whole person was completely indifferent. Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. When I saw her a few times before, this girl was quite lively and talked a lot. She was quite a cute little delinquent girl. What is she doing now? Is she deliberately indifferent to Li Yixuan? Does she want to attract Li Yixuan's attention? If this is the case, I have to admit that this little girl has a way of fishing for rich guys. However, I can't rule out the possibility that she didn't like Li Yixuan at all. She simply didn't give him a good face. Chapter 614. Yang Ming held the teddy bear, but his mind kept thinking about the identity of the stalker just now. This person wasn't simple. Yang Ming tried very hard to remember his appearance, but he still couldn't find any characteristics. The Entertainment Street's projects today were obviously more than yesterday. Yesterday was the first day of the Chinese New Year. Some vendors might want to take a break, so they didn't set up their stalls. But today they were all out. Several people continued to walk forward and came to the side of a game simulation of a golf game. Wang Xiaoyan was obviously very interested in this. Just now, she saw that Chun Mingyan got a big prize at once. While she was envious, she was competitive and wanted to win a big prize to show her ability. In the final analysis, Wang Xiaoyan was also an 18 or 19-year-old girl. She wasn't as indifferent as she looked on the surface. As for the surface, it was completely out of disgust for Li Yixuan. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan liked it, Yang Ming and the others stopped. Chun Mingyan also paid a few game coins and planned to play a game. However, Chun Mingyan couldn't play this kind of skill game. The rules of the game were very simple. There were 4 rows of holes in front of the player. Each row had 8 holes, and there was space between the holes for the ball to pass. The first row of volleyball holes were all red. 2 holes in the second row were blue, and the others were red. 2 of the holes in the third row were yellow, and the rest were all red. The fourth row was also full of red holes. Each player only had 3 chances to hit the ball. As long as 2 balls hit the holes of 2 different colors, they would be able to win the prize. If the 3 balls hit 3 holes of different colors, then they could get the biggest prize. However, this possibility was very small. It was relatively easy to hit 2 holes of different colors, but it was a bit difficult to hit 3 holes of different colors. Because the yellow and blue holes were in a row, unless they could control the strength of the hand and the trajectory of the ball. Therefore, there were many people who hit 2 balls, but there were few who hit 3 balls. Chen Mingyan spent a long time, but she only hit 2 holes of different colors. The third ball was hit into the last red hole because she used too much force. The gift she received was a mobile phone flashing light. Compared to the price of 5 game coins, it was obviously a loss. However, most of the people who played games just wanted to have fun. If they really cared about the value of the prize, they wouldn't play this kind of game. However, Wang Xiaoyan's performance was very good. The 3 balls perfectly entered 3 holes of different colors. Li Yixuan was full of flattering praise. This time, Wang Xiaoyan also got a big plush toy. She was even with Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming noticed that on Wang Xiaoyan's indifferent face, there was a faint smile on her face. It turned out that this chick was indeed pretending. Yang Ming thought so in his heart. Finally, the last moment came. Although Yang Ming was very reluctant to face it, he still had to face it after all. That was, several people came to the registration of the rock climbing game. Looking at Chen Mingyan's eager eyes, Yang Ming had to bite the bullet. Xiaoyan, how about I help you get the ultimate prize? Li Yixuan said, my rock climbing skills are good. No, I want to climb by myself. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. Then, regardless of what Li Yixuan said, she ran to sign up on her own. Li Yixuan also quickly followed behind her. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan signed up, Li Yixuan naturally did not want to be outdone and also signed up. Although most of them were men climbing, there were also a few couples climbing together. Therefore, it was not abrupt for Wang Xiaoyan to sign up. However, because Wang Xiaoyan signed up, Chen Mingyan was also a little tempted. She hesitated and said to Yang Ming, I also want to play this. I don't think so. It's very dangerous. I'm afraid you will fall. Yang Ming said with some worry. You see, Wang Xiaoyan has signed up. It should be fine. Chen Mingyan insisted. That's okay, but you must be careful. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan insisted, so he didn't say anything. The safety measures of this rock climbing were good. Even if she fell, there would be no problem. Therefore, Yang Ming also agreed and signed up with Chen Mingyan. This time, Yang Ming used his own real name to participate in the game. On the one hand, Chen Mingyan was watching, so he couldn't fake it. On the other hand, it was fine as long as the name was different from yesterday's. After the organizer explained the safety standards and precautions to Yang Ming and the others, everyone was given a set of protective gear. He didn't recognize Yang Ming. After all, there were too many customers every day. People came and went. Besides, there were many people who looked similar. Yang Ming deliberately dressed up. It was normal that he didn't recognize him. It was obviously Chen Mingyan's first time rock climbing. She was a little nervous as she watched the people in front of her fall one after another. When she was about to climb, she was a little timid. Yang Ming, I'm a little scared. Hee, if you're scared, don't go up. Yang Ming persuaded her. Then I don't want to. It's embarrassing to escape. Chen Mingyan shook her head quickly. Don't worry. No one will laugh at you. You're a girl. Yang Ming comforted her. Chen Mingyan hesitated, took a deep breath, and said, Can you protect me under me? Okay, no problem. Yang Ming climbed here like he was playing. Although he couldn't catch up with Spider-Man, he was almost there. When it came to rock climbing, every player had a fixed climbing route. Before a person came down, the person below was not allowed to climb immediately. This was also done to prevent danger from occurring. Otherwise, if the person above fell, wouldn't the person below be smashed down? In this way, it would be strange not to be injured. However, Yang Ming proposed to the organizer that he wanted to climb immediately under Chun Mingyan. In the beginning, the organizer didn't agree. After all, it was a bit too dangerous to do so. However, after Yang Ming stated several times that they would be responsible for the consequences if there was any danger, the organizer agreed. After all, when signing the agreement, there was a lawyer nearby. The whole process was fair. Yang Ming just added a clause in the agreement. In this way, even if Yang Ming and the others were in danger, it had nothing to do with the organizer. Just now, after the organizer mentioned the danger of Yang Ming doing so, Chun Mingyan had already changed her mind. She didn't want Yang Ming to do so, but Yang Ming insisted that he must climb behind Chun Mingyan, and he stated that he would be responsible for the consequences if there was any danger. This made Chun Mingyan very moved. It was said that husband and wife were birds in the same forest, but they flew separately in the face of disaster. She and Yang Ming were not husband and wife yet. He could ignore his own safety for her safety. How could this not make Chun Mingyan feel moved? When Li Yixuan saw Yang Ming doing this, he also wanted to learn from Yang Ming, but he thought that his technique was not good enough. Even if he made this request, Wang Xiaoyan would not agree, so he had to shut up. Chun Mingyan, Wang Xiaoyan, and Li Yixuan climbed up the rock wall at the same time, while Yang Ming followed closely behind Chun Mingyan, fearing that she would have an accident. In the beginning, Chun Mingyan still felt that rock climbing was just so, and it was very simple. But the more she climbed, the more she felt that her strength was not enough. Not only was her arm strength not enough, but she was also worried that she would fall and hit Yang Ming. Chun Mingyan's forehead couldn't help but sweat. Although Li Yixuan was a man, he was not necessarily better than Chun Mingyan. He didn't climb much, and he began to sweat. Wang Xiaoyan, on the other hand, didn't have much difficulty. Although she didn't climb fast, her step-by-step was very solid and steady. Finally, Li Yixuan couldn't hold on and fell down at once. Fortunately, there was an air cushion below, so it wouldn't cause physical harm. Li Yixuan fell down, and Chun Mingyan couldn't hold on anymore. She glanced at Li Yixuan's miserable state, and her hand slipped. She almost couldn't hold on. She couldn't help but be shocked. Yang Ming, you get out of the way. I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on anymore. Come on, Mingyan. We will reach the top soon. Yang Ming said indifferently. Yang Ming, I'm going to fall down. You get out of the way. Chun Mingyan saw that Yang Ming didn't get out of the way, and she was suddenly anxious. The sweat on her forehead doubled. If I get out of the way, what will you do? Yang Ming smiled and said, Mingyan, if you can't hold on, then come down. Yang Ming, I'm serious with you. At this time, it's not the time for you to be a hero. If I fall, I will definitely hit you. Chun Mingyan was anxious. She was angry and touched, but the strength of her hand was getting weaker and weaker. She couldn't hold on any longer. Chapter 615. However, Chun Mingyan still clenched her teeth and didn't dare to let go easily. Now, although Chun Mingyan was very moved by Yang Ming's persistence, she was more annoyed by Yang Ming's stubbornness. Now is not the time to be persistent. Why doesn't Yang Ming know how to be flexible? If she were to fall down, wouldn't she fall onto his body? Yang Ming also saw that Chun Mingyan was afraid that she couldn't hold on, so he didn't retreat but moved forward. He quickly climbed up a few steps to close the distance with Chun Mingyan. Chun Mingyan tilted her head and looked down. She couldn't help but be anxious. Yang Ming, why are you still climbing? Quickly avoid it. Chun Mingyan's tone had become very strict this time. In this critical moment, Chun Mingyan naturally couldn't be pleasant. If I avoid it, what will you do? Fall down? Yang Ming said and shook his head. Up. Chun Mingyan was angry. Her hand slipped, and her whole body fell down. Although Chun Mingyan's hand had already tried very hard to catch the gap on the rock wall, the speed of the slide was too fast. She couldn't catch it at all. Yang Ming climbed up again and didn't know how to avoid it. Seeing that Chun Mingyan was about to fall, Yang Ming lowered his head and bent his body into a bow. Chun Mingyan sat directly on Yang Ming's shoulder. Yang Ming quickly used his other hand to support Chen Mingyan from behind to prevent her from leaning over. Only Yang Ming dared to do such a dangerous action. He was almost catching up with the acrobatic troupe. If it were another person, they would definitely be directly smashed down. Ah! Chen Mingyan screamed because she felt that she had smashed onto Yang Ming's body. However, after the scream, she found that she stopped in midair and didn't continue to fall. However, the private part between her legs was hurting badly from the pressure. However, this kind of shameful thing, Chen Mingyan could only endure it herself. How could she say it? Are you okay? Yang Ming looked up and looked at Chen Mingyan and asked with concern. I'm fine, you. Chen Mingyan thought. Even if my lower part hurts, I can't say it. However, seeing Yang Ming's dangerous action now, Chen Mingyan was very worried. Are you okay? It's okay. I have great strength. Yang Ming smiled and said, You support me. Don't let go. And let's jump down together. Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming was so concerned about her. Her heart was as sweet as eating honey. The previous complaints about Yang Ming playing the hero were also swept away. Why are you jumping down? Don't you want to get the prize? Yang Ming asked. What prize? How can we get it like this? Chen Mingyan said, Let's go down quickly. It's very embarrassing for us to be like this. It's not good to let people see it. What's not good about it? I'm carrying my wife. Who can control it? Yang Ming said indifferently. Then we can't stay here all the time. Chen Mingyan said with amusement and anger. And of course we can't stay here. You clamp me with your legs. Yang Ming said. Oh. However, Chen Mingyan blushed. Why is Yang Ming's words so ambiguous? It sounds like, well, let's climb up little by little. After Yang Ming finished speaking, his hands and feet began to exert force. Climb? You still want to climb? Chen Mingyan was shocked. You mean you want to carry me up? What's wrong with that? Yang Ming smiled. If both of us go up, that's 2 prizes. No, this is too dangerous. Chen Mingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We can't risk our lives for 2 prizes. How about I jump down first, and you go up by yourself? No. Yang Ming firmly refused Chen Mingyan's request. How can I leave you alone? How was this leaving me alone? Chen Mingyan smiled bitterly. Okay. Yang Ming, I know you love me very much. Okay, don't take the risk. You don't believe me? Yang Ming didn't say anything else. He just said so. AI. Chen Mingyan sighed. Since Yang Ming said so, what else could she say? Therefore, she had to nod and accept this fact helplessly. Even if he was carrying a person, Yang Ming didn't seem to struggle to climb up. When he was training, Fang Tian asked him to climb the telephone pole while carrying a big stone. However, Yang Ming did this to move Chen Mingyan. After all, Yang Ming felt that among his women, only Chen Mingyan was the most difficult to control. She was also the most jealous little prick. If he got her, then whether it was Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, or Xiao Qing, it wouldn't be a big problem. Therefore, what Yang Ming had to do now was to move Chen Mingyan enough to move her. Therefore, on the rock wall, there was a fantastic story. A young and strong man carrying a beautiful girl. Oh, it should be said that he was carrying her. They were going to the top of the rock together. Naturally, the crowd below also saw this scene, and one after another, they exclaimed in surprise and admiration. The organizers naturally didn't let go of this opportunity to advertise. They wantonly played up the touching relationship between Yang Ming and this couple below. Chen Mingyan was intoxicated in this warm atmosphere and gradually forgot the danger. She smiled happily in the cheers of the crowd. What is love? This is love. Never leave, never abandon, and live and die together. These 8 words were an oath, but also a shackle. Those who could truly live up to these 8 words were few and far between. Happiness and touching were sometimes just a moment. At this moment, Chen Mingyan felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. A woman's love was so simple. A moment could make them give a lifetime. Before, the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming was the kind of sweetness and warmth that went with the flow. It was very plain, but it was very real. But at this moment, it was a vigorous passion. Although it was short, it was unforgettable. It turned out that the kind of love in novels did exist. Chun Ming-yin was so dizzy that she even forgot where she was. Suddenly, she heard a burst of even more enthusiastic cheers. Her feet seemed to be on the ground. Chun Ming-yin calmed down and found that she was already standing on the platform at the top of the rock wall. "We're here." Yang Ming stood up with a smile and said, "You're good. You didn't move. We really came up." Chun Ming-yin looked down in disbelief and then looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming actually managed to climb up that straight and steep rock wall with her in his arms. Chun Ming-yin could no longer suppress the passion in her heart. She threw herself into Yang Ming's arms and took the initiative to kiss Yang Ming. Oh! The crowd below cheered again. Yes, this wonderful, touching, and thrilling drama was even better than the blockbusters on TV. The people present were moved by the deep feelings between Yang Ming and Chun Ming-yin. Yang Ming was originally a thick-skinned person. He didn't care about other people's opinions. Chun Ming-yin took the initiative to kiss him. How could he refuse after a long time? The two separated. Chun Ming-yin shyly lowered her head. Although not many people dared to follow Yang Ming's approach. If they didn't have the ability, it would be a joke with their lives. However, it promoted the business of rock climbing. Many people began to be eager to try and sign up. The organizer didn't care about these prizes at all. He had rock climbing businesses in many places. Now was the time for publicity. Yang Ming was a living advertisement that was 100 times better than the advertisements on TV. Compared to the investment in TV commercials, what was this little bit of prize money? Moreover, the organizer recognized Yang Ming as the winner of yesterday's grand prize from the moment he climbed to the top. However, he didn't expose these. There was no need. Whether Yang Ming was yesterday's grand prize winner or not, it didn't matter. There was no law that stipulated that people who participated in the game once were not allowed to participate in the game a second time. Therefore, the organizer didn't bother about it. What's more, the woman beside Yang Ming seemed to have changed. Then, he couldn't be annoying. Not only did the organizer pretend not to know Yang Ming, but he was also worried that others would recognize Yang Ming. Because in that case, maybe others would think that Yang Ming was invited by himself. Needless to say, the organizer's idea wasn't unreasonable. At this moment, someone really had this idea. Wang Dawang's house lived near the entertainment street, so he took his girlfriend to wander around here every day for the past 2 days. Yesterday, he saw that Yang Ming had won a grand prize, and today he won 2 more. Naturally, he was dissatisfied and jealous. However, jealousy was jealousy. He couldn't do anything about it. Yang Ming and Chun Ming-yin received a double gift. As they were receiving the prize, the crowd cheered again. It turned out that Wang Xiaoyan also climbed to the top. However, the one who cheered the loudest was Li Yixuan. Chapter 616. The organizer wasn't afraid that someone would climb to the top. He was afraid that no one would climb to the top. If one person couldn't get the grand prize, then his business wouldn't be able to continue. There would definitely be a lot of people who would jump out and accuse him of being a liar. But now it was different. Seeing that someone had succeeded, other people who were eager to try would actively participate. Wang Xiaoyan took the prize calmly and put it in her pocket. She wasn't happy at all, because Yang Ming stole her limelight again. Girls had a competitive mentality. Originally, Wang Xiaoyan thought that she would definitely be better than others in rock climbing, but she didn't expect that Yang Ming would make such a big move and overshadow her limelight. While she was angry, she felt that it wasn't worth it for Zhaoying. Yang Ming and this Chun Ming-yin were stuck together like glue. Why did Zhaoying join in the fun? When I go back, I must talk to Zhaoying. I shouldn't be entangled with this Yang Ming anymore. After getting rid of the onlookers, they quickly left the rock climbing area. When Yang Ming heard that the organization wanted to find a TV station to interview him, he was so scared that Yang Ming ran away immediately. This wasn't a fun thing. If I were to be on TV, wouldn't I be done for? It didn't matter if others saw it, but if Lin Jiyun's family saw it, it would be terrible. Yang Ming, I want to play that darts. At this moment, Chun Mingyin was attached to Yang Ming like a little bird. This was the first time that Chun Mingyin took the initiative to be intimate with Yang Ming in public. Okay, Yang Ming enjoyed the current situation very much, so he didn't think before he spoke. He just nodded and agreed directly. But as soon as he said it, Yang Ming immediately regretted it. Because what Chun Mingyin wanted to play was the darts that Yang Ming played yesterday. Yesterday, I already won a crystal brooch and an air humidifier from the boss. If I do it again today, isn't it a bit too much? However, he had already promised Chun Mingyin, and Chun Mingyin was also eager to go over there. Yang Ming was helpless, but he could only follow her. However, Yang Ming had already made up his mind. No matter what, he wouldn't help Chun Mingyin, so the boss wouldn't say anything. However, Yang Ming thought too much about his character. When the boss saw Yang Ming's arrival, his face immediately turned green. He had a good impression of Yang Ming's a big lost. Little brother, are you here to make trouble? The boss said with a black face. No one does what you do. You came yesterday, and you came again today. Yang Ming was immediately furious after hearing it. Damn, I haven't even opened my mouth yet, and you're already talking so much? He glared at the boss, and the boss was so scared that he immediately didn't dare to speak. Yang Ming had a big waist. He was much better than the skinny little monkey. Besides, even if Yang Ming came every day, he couldn't do anything. He opened the door to do business, and people didn't force him to buy or sell. What could he say? However, the boss's words were still heard by Chun Mingyin. You came yesterday? Chun Mingyin asked in confusion. Yeah. I came to accompany a relative of my family. Yang Ming hummed and said. Oh. Although Chun Mingyin was puzzled, why didn't Yang Ming tell her that he came to the temple fair? She didn't ask much. She was still immersed in the happiness just now, and her mind was a little dull. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't have a helper, the boss was relieved. However, in her heart, she despised Yang Ming fiercely. Yesterday, he brought a beautiful girl, and it was obvious that they were a couple. Today, he brought the same. He even lied to her and said that he came with his relative yesterday. Oof. The boss looked at Yang Ming's eyes and became despised. Fortunately, Yang Ming didn't know his thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely make this guy lose money again. Chun Mingyin didn't ask Yang Ming for help. She was having fun by herself. Yang Ming just watched from the side and cheered. Chun Mingyin received several prizes. Although they weren't particularly expensive, it was good as long as she was happy. After leaving the entertainment street, Wang Xiaoyan received a phone call. She told Li Yixuan and everyone that she had something to do, so she left first. Li Yixuan offered to send her off, but he was mercilessly rejected. Yang Ming and Chun Mingyin didn't care, but Li Yixuan was a bit uninterested. He found an excuse and said goodbye to Yang Ming. Looking at Li Yixuan's back, Yang Ming shook his head and said, I think he is quite dangerous. That Wang Xiaoyan doesn't like him at all. Yeah, I think so too. He is quite pitiful. Chun Mingyin also saw the clues inside. But Li Yixuan was a person who couldn't see clearly. He wouldn't turn back until he hit the wall. After Wang Xiaoyan and Li Yixuan left, Chun Mingyin and Yang Ming's emotions weren't affected at all. The two people walked hand in hand to the performance street. The performance street was much more lively than yesterday. There was actually a dance performance by the Miao people. Yang Ming didn't think much about it. He just said casually, I don't know if Lan Ling can dance this. It is quite good. After Chun Mingyin heard it, she pouted. But when she thought about what Yang Ming did to her, Chun Mingyin was also relieved. She was also more open-minded about things. It should be very beautiful. I also like it. If there's a chance, let her teach me. Yang Ming looked at Chun Mingyin incredulously and widened his eyes. What did you just say? Nothing. Forget it if you don't understand. Chun Mingyin had just put a lot of courage. How could she repeat it? Yang Ming laughed. He laughed very treacherously and happily. What are you laughing at? Chun Mingyin said with a bad mood. Nothing. Although Yang Ming said so, he laughed even more happily. Well, When Lanling comes back, I will definitely tell her. Then after you learn it, you two dance together for me to see. You wish. Chun Mingyin glared at Yang Ming. Today was Chun Mingyin's happiest day. Her state of mind had also changed. She seemed to be more attached to Yang Ming. However, because of the rock climbing just now, she hurt a little between her legs. After strolling around the performance street, Chun Mingyin used the excuse that she was a little tired and asked Yang Ming to send her home. In fact, Chun Mingyin wanted to go back and rest. Chun Fei and Mother Chun hadn't returned home yet. At Chun Mingyin's house, after spending a while with Chun Mingyin, Yang Ming got up and left. Originally, with today's atmosphere, Chun Mingyin wanted to give herself to Yang Ming immediately. However, considering that she was injured accidentally, she didn't say it in the end. She thought that after she recovered, she would develop further with Yang Ming. Coming out of Chun Mingyin's house, Yang Ming received a call from Ho Jinhan. Feng Wanjiang was an impatient person. Yesterday, they just discussed the investment intention. Today, he couldn't wait to invite the boss of an automobile group in the south. They were discussing the issue of parts OEM. Originally, Ho Jinhan planned to entertain at the Nightless Club, but the boss of the automobile group specified to meet at the Moon Island Hotel. Moreover, his tone was very badass. He only had 1 hour. Although Ho Jinhan was a local, he couldn't do anything. After all, the headquarters of the automobile manufacturing group wasn't in Songjiang. It seemed that the boss was on vacation in Songjiang. Feng Wanjiang didn't know what relationship he had to contact this person. It was already giving face for the boss of a bankrupt factory to receive him. You can't ask for more, right? Therefore, Yang Ming didn't mind after listening. For this matter, if it were him, he would do the same. It was understandable. Therefore, he comforted him. Big Ho, we're the ones who are asking for help. Just do what he says. Keep a low profile. Brother Yang, I understand this truth. I have agreed to go to the Moon Island Hotel with Feng Wanjiang. I just want to report to you. Ho Jinhan said, also, I want to ask, Brother Yang, are you free? Factory manager Feng said that he wants you to come with your father. Well, I will tell my father. What time in the evening? Yang Ming didn't refuse. After all, his father would be the boss of the factory in the future. 7:30 in the evening, said Ho Jinhan. Okay, you pick me up at my house at 7 o'clock. Yang Ming instructed. Back at home, Yang Ming told his father about Feng Wanjiang's invitation to dinner. His father didn't want to go. He said that it was useless for him to go, but Yang Ming persuaded him. Dad, after the factory's restructuring, you will be the chairman. This kind of thing must be done by you. Yang Dehai thought about it and felt that this was the case, so he reluctantly agreed. However, he told Yang Ming not to talk nonsense after going in the evening and to listen to factory manager Feng. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. He wasn't a child anymore. He naturally understood these things. Chapter 617. The Moon Island Hotel was not a particularly luxurious hotel in Songjiang. However, its characteristics were European-style architecture. The style inside was all European style. Even the waiters could speak many foreign languages, so this place was very popular with foreign tourists. This wasn't the sphere of influence of Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. It could be said that Ho Jinhan simply didn't put this small place in his eyes. After all, this was just a small hotel, and the visitors were all foreigners. It had no impact on the local hotel business. However, it was a bit strange that the boss of the automobile group would actually designate this place to receive Feng Wanjiang. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Ho Jinhan came to Yang Ming's house on time. He picked up Yang Ming and Yang Dehai and rushed to the Moon Island Hotel together. Feng Wanjiang was already in the car. When he saw Yang Dehai, he quickly greeted, Old Yang. Factory manager Feng. Yang Dehai nodded quickly. Old Yang, don't call me factory manager. I'm not going to be one soon. Feng Wanjiang shook his head and said, I have already communicated with the leaders in the city about President Ho's investment. They have agreed to the restructuring of the factory. After the Spring Festival, the documents will be released. My position as the factory manager will come to an end. Factory manager, you are such a talent. Even if the factory is restructured, it will still keep you. Yang Dehai quickly comforted him. This was because Yang Ming had also said before that Feng Wanjiang would come down and take control of the technical production. Oh, that's great. I have to thank you, President Yang. Feng Wanjiang made a joke, but what he said was indeed a fact. Yang Dehai would be the president in the future. Look at what you said. Yang Dehai was a little embarrassed. I think old Feng is doing a good job. Ho Jinhan saw Yang Ming give him a wink and immediately said, Uncle Yang, you can arrange a manager or something for him in the future. And, okay, as long as you say so. Yang Dehai nodded and said. The car drove to the Moon Island Hotel. The boss of the Est de Lutong Automobile Group in the south was very arrogant. Yang Ming and the others had already ordered the dishes in the private room, but this guy didn't appear. He only arrived when the dishes were almost served. As soon as he entered, he sat on the main seat and said with a flushed face and the smell of alcohol, What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. I still have guests over there. Thank you, President Wan, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come. Let me toast you first. Feng Wanjiang said as he was about to raise his glass. Why are you drinking? President Wan waved his hand and said, Are you okay? I came here to hide from the wine. Let me tell you, I have an important guest over there. After I go back, I will continue drinking. I came here just to catch my breath. Yes. Feng Wanjiang awkwardly put down the wine glass, then said embarrassedly, President Wan, can you give us some of the car parts orders this year? Oh, waiter, give me a cup of hangover tea. Motherfucker, these foreigners can really drink. I almost died from drinking. President Wan belched and called the waiter. Feng Wanjiang had to shut up. When President Wan finished speaking, he was about to continue speaking. The waiter had already come in with the hangover tea. President Wan took the hangover tea, then took a sip and rinsed his throat. Then he spat it into the bowl in front of him. Suddenly, the water splashed and splashed onto the dishes on the table. The tea that President Wan spat out flew everywhere. After President Wan finished spitting, he drank a few more mouthfuls of tea. Then he smacked his lips and said, This dish is cold. Take it away and change it according to the original order. The waiter immediately looked at Ho Jinhan and Feng Wanjiang. Seeing Ho Jinhan nod, the waiter went to do it. Yang Ming had been watching all this coldly. This President Wan is really arrogant. Although it was true that he had a favor to ask of him, business deals were mutually beneficial. How could he be so arrogant? Moreover, Yang Ming also saw that this President Wan had no sincerity at all. However, Yang Ming had been enduring. He was waiting to see how President Wan would answer Feng Wanjiang in the end. If he really gave the factory a part of the order, then today's matter would be over. A real man knows when to yield and when not to. Yang Ming would endure today. If not, then no matter who he was, he wouldn't be able to leave this private room normally. As for Ho Jinhan, he had always acted according to Yang Ming's signal. Yang Ming didn't let him move, so he naturally wouldn't act rashly. The only thing he could do now was to follow President Wan's intentions here. President Wan finished fooling around and then said slowly, Oh yes, what did you say to me just now? President Wan, I said, can our factory accept a part of the order for the OEM of parts? Feng Wanjiang quickly said briefly. He didn't dare to delay anymore. Otherwise, President Wan wouldn't know where to go. Which factory are you from? President Wan said drunkenly. Songjiang Bus Factory. Previously, Xiao Bing had told you about it. Feng Wanjiang said respectfully. Xiao Bing was a translator. President Wan had foreign friend around him, so he spent money to find a translator, which was Xiao Bing. Xiao Bing was a native of Songjiang. Feng Wanjiang didn't know how to contact Xiao Bing through his connections, so he got to know President Wan. Bus factory? Isn't that a bus factory? President Wan waved his hand. We don't buy buses. We don't buy... Feng Wanjiang said quickly. It has nothing to do with us whether you buy or not. We make cars, not buses. President Wan shook his head. President Wan, This is the case. Our factory is going to be restructured. We need to introduce some new equipment to specialize in the processing of parts. Feng Wanjiang explained. Take a look and see if you can give us some orders for parts processing. Oh, orders. President Wan said drunkenly. That's fine. When you are done, come to me again. It's not done, but it's being restructured now. We can sign a contract first. Feng Wanjiang said, although the bus sales of our bus factory are not good, the air conditioner compressors and condensers we produce are famous in the country. Can you see if you can buy some first? Oh, air conditioner. I'm not hot now. I don't need to turn it on. President Wan didn't know if he was really drunk or deliberately pretending to be confused. In short, it made Feng Wanjiang very embarrassed. It's not the air conditioner. It's the air conditioner compressors produced by our factory. Feng Wanjiang explained patiently. Before he finished speaking, President Wan's cell phone rang. President Wan waved his hand and took out the cell phone. He glanced at it and picked it up. Hello, what's wrong? What's the matter? Okay. I'll go back immediately. After that, President Wan stood up and was ready to walk out of the private room while shaking his head. Feng Wanjiang saw this situation and immediately became anxious. President Wan, don't go yet. The order hasn't been settled yet. Fuck, what fucking order? Don't you just want some money? President Wan said with a hiccup, come to me tomorrow. I'll give you 100,000. As for the fucking air conditioner, you can go home and use it. President Wan, we're not asking for money from you. We really have a sincere cooperation. How can you talk like this? Yang Dehai, who hadn't spoken, couldn't sit still at the moment. Being called a beggar, Yang Dehai's face wasn't as thick as Feng Wanjiang's. He was a little unhappy immediately. Fuck your mother. Why do you think it's not enough? President Wan said coldly, looking at you acting like a grandson just now. I gave you 100,000. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be 10,000. A group of idiots who don't know what you're talking about. For the first time, Yang Dehai was scolded in such a way. The muscles on his face were twitching. He pointed at President Wan and said while trembling, Why? Are you exposed? Are you angry? President Wan looked at Yang Dehai and joked, Fuck your mother. When Yang Ming saw his dad being humiliated, how could he hold it in? No matter what President Wan said before, it was said to Feng Wanjiang. He could pretend that he didn't see it, and Feng Wanjiang was really thick-skinned. He didn't care about this. But Yang Dehai was different. Where had he seen such an occasion? So Yang Ming was angry at the time. He directly picked up the teapot on the table and smashed it at President Wan's face. Pa! President Wan's head was bleeding. He held his head and howled. Ho Jinhan saw that Yang Ming had made a move. What was there to hesitate about? He walked to the door of the room with a grin and locked the room from the inside. He didn't let the people outside come in. Apologize. Yang Ming kicked President Wan's stomach and directly kicked him. You dare to hit me? President Wan said angrily. Do you know who I am? I'll give you a chance. Do you believe that I will crush your head on the spot? Yang Ming stepped on President Wan's head and said fiercely. Chapter 618. Most of the time, Yang Ming was easygoing. Before making a move, he would give the person in front of him a chance to repent and apologize, but this time was different. The person he insulted was Yang Ming's father, which Yang Ming couldn't tolerate. Now, it was already good that he didn't kill him. Yang Ming had already restrained a lot of his anger. But even so, President Wan's head was still full of big footprints. President Wan's head was stepped on by Yang Ming. Even speaking was a little difficult. His cheeks opened and closed like a big toad. So sorry. President Wan also sobered up a lot. He had the attitude of a wise man who knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. So he had to apologize. He was thinking about how to retaliate against these people when he went out. Louder. I can't hear you. Yang Ming increased the strength of his foot. Sorry, I was wrong, said President Wan loudly. Call me Grandpa. Yang Ming didn't show any signs of sparing him. For Yang Ming, there were two weak spots. One was his woman, and the other was his parents. If anyone touched Yang Ming's weak spot, the consequences would be very tragic. Grandpa, Grandpa, President once said intermittently, "You have mercy on me." Yang Dehai was also stunned by this sudden change. When he recovered, he saw that Yang Ming was stepping on President Wan's head. He was immediately shocked. "Big Ming, what are you doing? Let go of President Wan." "Umph." Yang Ming sneered and raised his leg. President Wan hurriedly got up and ran out of the door. "What the hell?" Yang Ming scolded and then gave Ho Jinhan a look. Ho Jinhan immediately understood. No matter who you are, what your identity is, how prominent your position in the South is, it's fine if you can call the wind and summon the rain. But in Songjiang, Yang Ming's territory, if you dare to be dishonest, then you won't have a good time. Therefore, Ho Jinhan immediately called to arrange it. It was estimated that if this President wanted to leave Songjiang, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. "Big Ming, how can you do this to President Wan?" Yang Dehai said angrily. "If you do this, can he still give orders to the factory?" "Forget it, old Yang. Don't talk about Yang Ming." Feng Wanjiang shook his head and said, "If I were a few years younger, I might have beaten him up too." "Ah, why?" Yang Dehai was very puzzled. He didn't have the experience of the business world like Feng Wanjiang, and he wasn't a smooth person. However, Feng Wanjiang was already a veteran in the business world. From President Wan's words, he had already understood what he meant. This guy had no sincerity to cooperate at all. He was completely treating them as beggars and was only giving them charity in the end. Therefore, it could be said that this business was impossible even if Yang Ming didn't do this. "Old Yang, can't you tell?" Feng Wanjiang smiled bitterly and said, "President Wan has no intention of cooperating at all. He treats us as beggars. He wants to use 100,000 yuan to send us away. So it's like this." Yang Dehai thought for a long time and probably figured out the key. He sighed and said, "But Big Ming, aren't you a bit too much? What if President Wan calls the police?" "Huh." Yang Ming immediately smiled. It was possible to say that President Wan found someone to retaliate against him, but it seemed impossible to call the police. First, Yang Ming didn't do anything to him. Second, what evidence did he have to prove that Yang Ming hit him? Sure enough, Ho Jinhan immediately said after listening, "Uncle, you can rest assured. I will take care of everything." This, Yang Dehai didn't know Ho Jinhan's ability. He didn't know what to say. However, Feng Wanjiang knew what Ho Jinhan did, so he said to Yang Dehai, "President Ho is a capable person. Old Yang, you can rest assured. Nothing will happen." "It's really disappointing." Yang Ming said faintly, "Uncle phoned Dad because of that old guy. We didn't eat. Let's go. Let's go to another place to eat." "Nightless Club, my treat." Ho Jinhan quickly got up and said, Just go home and eat a bite, right? Besides, didn't we change another dish?" said Yang Dehai. "Big Ho, you can go back. The atmosphere here isn't good. Let's go to your place," said Yang Ming. "Okay, brother Yang." Ho Jinhan nodded and went to do his job. Originally, the dishes that had been ordered couldn't be returned, but Ho Jinhan was too lazy to talk nonsense with the little waiter. He directly called their boss. When the boss saw Ho Jinhan, he immediately blamed the waiter for not having good eyesight. He quickly said that this meal was his treat. It was free of charge. Ho Jinhan also accepted it calmly and didn't refuse. Although Ho Jinhan usually didn't find trouble with Moon Island, it didn't mean that he was afraid of Moon Island. It was just because the scale of Moon Island wasn't big and the business project didn't conflict with him. The boss of Moon Island also understood this, so he was also respectful to Ho Jinhan. A group of people came to the Nightless Club. Ho Jinhan directly took Yang Ming and the others to the VIP private room upstairs. When they passed by the guest rooms on the 4th floor, suddenly there was a heart-wrenching roar from one of the rooms. Ho Jinhan immediately frowned and asked the underling next to him, "What's going on? Is someone causing trouble?" "No, President Ho, it's our guests. They're all in the same group." The underling explained, "Maybe they're just fooling around." Ho Jinhan nodded and didn't say anything. After all, the guests who came to the Nightless Club were very mixed. Some of them came to gamble. It was normal to have internal strife after losing the bet. Yang Ming didn't care. He casually glanced over there. However, Yang Ming immediately frowned and fell into contemplation after seeing it. After looking at it for a while, Yang Ming walked to the VIP private room with Ho Jinhan. The waiter came. Ho Jinhan handed the menu to Yang Dehai and Feng Wanjiang and asked them to order. Yang Ming excused himself to go to the bathroom. After standing up, he gave Ho Jinhan a look. Ho Jinhan also went out. "What's wrong, brother Yang?" After Ho Jinhan left the private room, he quickly asked, "Just now in the guest room downstairs, there seems to be a problem. Find someone and ask who they are." Yang Ming faintly instructed, "Okay, brother Yang." Although Ho Jinhan didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly cared about this, he didn't ask much. He directly followed Yang Ming's instructions. After a while, an underling ran over with the registration data and said, "President Ho, there are 3 people registered in room 409. One of them is a fatty who is a foreigner. Although the other 2 people are not foreigners, they are not regulars. They are new faces." "What did they check in?" asked Yang Ming. The underling was very well behaved. He looked up at Ho Jinhan because now it involved some information in the hotel. He couldn't simply say it to others. "It's okay. What Brother Yang asks you, just say it." Ho Jinhan nodded to the underling. "Yes, Brother Yang." The underling quickly continued. "They checked in this afternoon. I personally received them." "What did the foreigner look like when he came?" asked Yang Ming. "He seemed to be asleep. He was carried by another man with a hooked nose." The underling said, "This person said that the foreigner was their boss." "Okay, I got it. You go work first." Yang Ming waved and said, "Okay, Brother Yang, President Ho, I will go first." The underling said respectfully. After the underling left, Yang Ming picked up the information sent by the underling and looked at it. The hooked nose was called Zhang Hunan. The other short fatty was called Zheng Shubong. The foreigner was registered as James Bond, which was obviously a fake name. As a result, the names of the 2 men were likely to be fabricated. Yang Ming looked at it and opened his mouth wide. "Damn, 007. Brother Yang, why are you looking at these?" asked Ho Jinhan, baffled. "Big Ho, I think things don't seem to be that simple." Yang Ming said, Why does it seem like these 2 people kidnapped a foreign old man?" "Kidnapping?" Ho Jinhan was stunned. "You mean these 2 people are kidnappers?" "There is this possibility." Yang Ming nodded and said, "I didn't want to get involved in this matter, but since it happened in the Nightless Club, I can't ignore it." Ho Jinhan also nodded. The Nightless Club had always been known for its safety. If people knew that there was a kidnapping case in the Nightless Club, it would have a considerable impact on the reputation of the Nightless Club. Now, the public opinion news was very fucked up. If these 2 people really committed a crime, the newspaper would report that the kidnappers kidnapped foreign tourists in the Nightless Club. It would spread like wildfire, and it would become the Nightless Club kidnapping foreigners. In the end, it would become that the Nightless Club was a black shop. Originally, the Nightless Club's background in the underworld was to ensure the safety of the guests, but as a result, even some people would think that the Nightless Club was doing black business. Chapter 619. Should I call for help? Ho Jinhan's face couldn't help but become solemn. "No need. It's just 2 little thieves. You don't have to be so serious." Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. "It just so happens that I didn't have enough fun fighting with that guy, surnamed Wan. Let's go down and practice with him." "Okay." Ho Jinhan knew Yang Ming's skill, so he didn't need to worry. Old Buffon had suffered a lot today. He came to Songjiang for a vacation with his company's chairman, Frank. He could have enjoyed it, but he didn't know how the news that he was a rich man was known by 2 desperados, which led to this scene. Old Buffon was the current patriarch of a big family in Europe. This family didn't sound very impressive, but many large companies in Europe were secretly controlled by the Buffon family. For example, Frank's Lutong Automobile Group was controlled by the old Buffon family. This wasn't surprising. This situation was also happening in China. It was said that the chairman of Frank's domestic subsidiary invited Frank to come here for a vacation. In order to please, Frank brought Old Buffon along. Old Buffon had read Marco Polo's travels in his early years, So he yearned for the local customs of China. So he followed Frank to Songjiang. Frank was an old drunkard. The several company executives he brought were also drunkards. When they came here, they drank every day in addition to sightseeing. Although Old Buffon didn't like to drink, they came out to play together. It wasn't good to interfere with Frank. After all, it was a vacation now, not work. Old Buffon couldn't interfere with this. Therefore, Frank drank all day in the hotel with the receptionist on the China side, and Old Buffon strolled casually on the street, enjoying the local customs here. Originally, there were bodyguards following Old Buffon every day, but today, Old Buffon thought about strolling around the hotel in the morning, so he didn't inform the bodyguards to follow him. But he didn't expect that something would happen just as he was strolling around the hotel entrance. Speaking of which, this matter was also Old Buffon's fault. Old Buffon saw an old man practicing swordsmanship in a small forest not far away. Old Buffon was a fan of China's kung fu. He was almost obsessed with it. When he was at home, he watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and the Demigods and Semi-Devils. Moreover, he also got a bunch of secret martial arts manuals and studied them at home. Although there was no result, he still enjoyed it. Today, when he saw this old man practicing his swordsmanship, he wanted to take a closer look. Old Buffon didn't know much about China's human relations. He had watched too many historical dramas and thought that there were still some martial arts masters in China who knew how to leap onto roofs, vault over walls, and use hidden weapons. Old Buffon walked near the old man and watched the old man practicing his swordsmanship. Suddenly, two men rushed up and directly controlled Old Buffon. Old Buffon was just about to call for help, but his mouth was covered by the hook-nosed Zhang Hunan. Old Buffon was horrified. He knew that he was being held hostage by the bad guys. He pinned his last hope on the old man, practicing his swordsmanship. He hoped that the old man would be like the heroes on TV and help out righteously. Then he would beat up the two bad guys in front of him. However, what disappointed Old Buffon was that the old man didn't save him. He was also trembling there. It was no wonder. This old man was here to exercise his body and practice Tai Chi. When it came to fighting, he couldn't do it. Old Buffon was disappointed, and he also had doubts about China's kung fu. Could it be that those are special effects in a movie? Are they all legends? Are they just for show? Although someone had told Old Buffon before that there was no such thing as acupuncture points, hidden weapons, and the like, it was all a lie. However, there was also an old Chinese medicine practitioner who once told Old Buffon that from the perspective of Chinese medicine, the sealing of acupoints also existed. Therefore, Old Buffon firmly believed that in China, there must be a person with extraordinary abilities. Old Buffon was kidnapped. Zhang Hunan and Zhang Shubong. Let's call them that for the time being because these were their pseudonyms. The two men caught Old Buffon and brought him to the Nightless Club. There was no other reason. They knew that this was Bao Sanli's territory, so it was definitely relatively safe. The police couldn't come here for an inspection. Zhang Hunan and Zhang Shubong were two roaming criminals. They kidnapped the young master of a big boss in the south and wanted to squeeze some money out of him. They didn't expect that the big boss didn't care at all. The two men killed the hostage in a fit of anger. Later, they learned that the young master was only the adopted son of the big boss. He had several adopted sons outside. Zhang Hunan and Zhang Shubong were almost angered to death when they learned the truth. However, they couldn't do anything. It was a fact that they killed someone. No matter who they killed, they couldn't do anything. Being wanted by the police, the two men began to flee. The most infuriating thing was that they didn't get a penny. It wasn't even enough for travel expenses. They fled from the south to Songjiang. Then, they occasionally wandered around the Moon Island Hotel. They wanted to find some ways to make money, and they saw Old Buffon. Because Old Buffon had two bodyguards around him, Zhang Hunan and Zhang Shubong thought that this foreigner must be very rich. Otherwise, he couldn't afford to hire bodyguards. Therefore, the two men planned to find an opportunity to kidnap the old man and extort some travel expenses. Otherwise, the two men really couldn't survive. After waiting at the entrance of the Moon Island Hotel for 2 days, they finally found an opportunity for old Buffon to travel alone. When the two men saw old Buffon come to the grove, how could they hesitate? They rushed up and caught old Buffon. Moreover, the two men were now not afraid that old Buffon would see their faces and call the police because there was no need to hide. Now, the two men were already wanted criminals by the police. Old Buffon had been knocked unconscious, and no one came to rescue him. Zhang Hunan and Zheng Shubong smoothly got old Buffon to the nightless club. People who mingled in the underworld naturally had their own channels to inquire about information. They knew that the local tyrant of Songjiang was Bao Sanli, and the nightless club also belonged to Bao Sanli. So, they planned to get old Buffon into the nightless club's private room. In the private room, old Buffon was tortured inhumanly. Why? These two people thought that old Buffon, a foreigner, definitely couldn't understand Chinese. So, in order to make him afraid and not dare to be stingy, they gave old Buffon a round of beating without saying anything. Both Zhang Hunan and Zheng Shubong used to be in the underworld. They were good at fighting. It was easy and pleasant to beat old Buffon up. Although old Buffon learned a bunch of martial arts from the TV, he didn't have any actual combat experience. He was knocked to the ground in a few moves. Therefore, there was the scene that Yang Ming heard before. Old Buffon was stunned. How could he know that these two people would start fighting without saying anything? After he was beaten black and blue, he remembered and shouted, "Spare me. Heroes, spare me. You can speak Chinese?" Zhang Hunan was stunned. Yes. Two heroes, spare me. Old Buffon liked Chinese Kung Fu. In order to study Chinese Kung Fu, he naturally had to learn Chinese. In addition, he usually watched a lot of Chinese wuxia dramas, so he was still very fluent in Chinese. That's easy. Zhang Shubong and Zhang Hunan stopped and said to old Buffon, "Do you know why we caught you?" Heroes, stop fighting. Why did you catch me?" Old Buffon spoke in the tone of a small character in a TV series. "We brothers are in the underworld. Recently, we have nowhere to go. We lack a sum of money to escape." Zhang Hunan said, "You seem to be quite rich, old man. How about this? You give us a sum of money, and we will let you go." "This? How much do you want?" Old Buffon wasn't a fool. This was a foreign country. Even if he took out the money, would these two people in front of him let him go? He had seen too many examples of kidnappers getting the money and then killing the hostage. You seem to be quite rich. We want 1 million. Zhang Hunan just opened his mouth and was interrupted by Zheng Shubong. $1 million. Zheng Shubong was afraid that Zhang Hunan would ask for less. This old man was a foreigner, but he was different from the moneybags in the south. The price given to the moneybags was 1 million, but the price given to this foreign old man was changed to US dollars. "Heroes, I don't have US dollars." Old Buffon planned to delay time with these two people. He hoped that Frank could find his disappearance and then call the police to find him. "Bullshit," Zhang Hunan said. "You are a foreigner. How can you not have US dollars?" "I came from Europe. How can I have US dollars?" Old Buffon said helplessly. "Europe? Don't Europe use US dollars?" Zhang Hunan scratched his head. "Europe uses euros. They are more valuable than US dollars." Zheng Shubong had more knowledge than Zhang Hunan. Then 1 million euros. Chapter 620. So much money. I can't make the decision. Old Buffon found it funny. 1 million euros? I can even take out 10 billion euros. But the key problem is that I can't easily give the money to these two guys. Old Buffon also saw that these two people were ruthless masters. Maybe when I just gave the money, the other side would go to heaven. Therefore, he could only deal with these two people. You can't make the decision? No way, right? Look at how rich you are. You can't even take out 1 million euros? Zhang Hunan said with a frown. Just listen to his nonsense. Zheng Shubong didn't believe old Buffon's words. Don't waste time. Just say it. Do you want money or your life? Yes. I'm not afraid to tell you. Buddy, we have already killed a person who didn't pay. You don't want to be the second one, right? Zhang Hunan sneered. Old Buffon's heart was stunned. These two guys really have blood on their hands. It seems that I can't not guard against them. I have to think of a way. Otherwise, I may lose my life and money. Dang, dang, dang. Just as old Buffon was hesitating, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Hunan was shocked and then shouted, "Who is it?" "Waiter, I'm here to deliver toiletries," Yang Ming said. "No need. We just came here to rest for a while." "We don't need those things," said Zheng Shubong. "Oh," Yang Ming responded faintly. He took the universal room card handed over by Ho Zhanhan and inserted it into the keyhole. Kata, the door was opened. Yang Ming strode in directly. "Fuck, didn't I not let you in? You motherfucker." Zhang Hunan was furious. He jumped up and pointed at Yang Ming. "Hurry up and get out." Yang Ming had been watching outside for a long time. He confirmed that these two people were indeed carrying out a kidnapping. Therefore, this matter really couldn't be ignored, especially when it involved foreigners. The public opinion of this news was not necessarily on which side. If this matter was blown up, maybe the Nightless Club would also take the blame. It was also possible to suspend business for rectification. Yang Ming determined the identity of these two guys, so he didn't show mercy. When Zhang Hunan pointed at him and yelled, Yang Ming waved his hand and slapped Zhang Hunan away. "What are you doing?" Zheng Shubong was smarter. Seeing the change, he immediately took out a fruit knife and put it on old Buffon's neck. "Don't come over. If you do, I'll kill him." Zheng Shubong saw that Yang Ming knocked down Zhang Hunan without saying anything, so he subconsciously thought that Yang Ming was old Buffon's man who came to rescue old Buffon. So he quickly took old Buffon as a hostage. "I don't know him," Yang Ming said faintly. His eyes did not look at the knife in Zheng Shubong's hand. "The Nightless Club is my territory. I don't want anyone to do something else here. So, whether you want to extort, don't do it here. Otherwise, I will make all of you disappear together." Zheng Shubong opened his mouth wide in shock. He didn't expect that the person who came was actually representing the Nightless Club, instead of rescuing old Buffon. He was a little dumbfounded at once. They don't want you to cause trouble in their territory. You threaten them with old Buffon? You are dreaming. Therefore, the knife that Zheng Shubong pressed on old Buffon's neck gradually loosened. "Buddy, we are all making a living in the underworld. Who doesn't have anxious moments? Please make things easy for us and turn a blind eye." Zheng Shubong's tone softened. After all, this was Songjiang, and it was the Nightless Club. Songjiang was the territory of the boss. If he wanted to make a living here, he had to lower his voice and beg others. Yang Ming picked up the room card in his hand and played with it. He seemed to be contemplating, but Yang Ming suddenly threw the room card out. Chua! With a sound, Zheng Shubong's arm that was holding the fruit knife was cut off. The sharp knife and half of his hand fell to the ground together. Ew! Although Zheng Shubong was a tough guy, it was impossible for him to not feel anything when one of his hands was cut off. He was in so much pain that he couldn't help but howl. China's Kung Fu. Old Buffon's eyes suddenly flashed with stars. He looked at Yang Ming with a look of worship. It's too badass. A martial arts master. It was no wonder that old Buffon was so excited. A piece of plastic room card could actually cut off a person's hand bone. How much strength did this require? In the eyes of many people, the plastic card was light. How could it be thrown so far? Moreover, it could cut off the hand bone. It was simply incredible. It violated the principles of physics. But old Buffon didn't think so, because he felt that there was internal force in this world, and Yang Ming must have used internal force. Therefore, he was very sure that the young man in front of him must be a martial arts master. Thinking of this, old Buffon was excited. Why did I come to China? Wasn't it to see the martial arts masters here? However, I have been here for such a long time. Except for an old man who practiced swordsmanship, I haven't seen anyone. In addition to being disappointed, I didn't expect that in my most critical moment, a martial arts master actually appeared. He was like a hero who came out of nowhere. 2 moves. He only used 2 moves to defeat 2 criminals. How powerful was his kung fu? Although the top bodyguard hired by his family could also do this, The other move that Yang Ming showed was what really attracted Old Buffon. Old Buffon didn't even care about the blood on it. He reached out and picked up the room card. He looked left and right, but he couldn't find any clues. It was so light. Never mind using this to cut off a person's hand bone. Even if I threw it out myself, it would be strenuous. Yang Ming didn't bother with Old Buffon. Instead, he went straight to Zheng Shubong, who was howling on the ground, and kicked his neck. Zheng Shubong, who was howling like a ghost, suddenly became mute. He opened his mouth, but his throat couldn't make any sound. "Don't shout. It's annoying to listen to it." Yang Ming frowned and said. Yang Ming used his foot to hit Zheng Shubong's mute acupuncture point. The reason why he did this was that this floor was all guest rooms. If Zheng Shubong continued to shout, it would inevitably affect the guests in other rooms. Therefore, Yang Ming could only show a little in order not to attract unnecessary trouble. However, except for Ho Jinhan, there was only one foreigner present. Yang Ming wasn't afraid that they would say anything. However, the foreigner was Old Buffon. He was a person who knew what was good for him. In wuxia novels, there were similar scenes where one couldn't speak after being hit on the mute acupuncture point. Therefore, when he saw Yang Ming use his foot to gently touch a certain part of Zheng Shubong's body, Zheng Shubong's voice stopped abruptly. If this wasn't a hit on the acupuncture point, then what was it? Old Buffon was so excited that he almost fainted. "I really got a blessing in disguise. I was kidnapped, but I was rescued by a real martial arts master. It seems that I didn't suffer in vain." Hit on the acupuncture point. Hit on the acupuncture point. Old Buffon shouted excitedly. "Don't shout. If you want to become mute, I will fulfill your wish." Yang Ming glanced at Old Buffon and said coldly, "Cool." Old Buffon said halfway and quickly shut his mouth. He didn't dare to continue. However, when he saw Yang Ming's indifferent eyes, he suddenly thought of Dugu Qiubai in wuxia novels. It's so cool. Foreign old men generally kept a young heart. They were even crazier than young people when they went crazy. Old Buffon was such a person. In order to study China's kung fu, he learned the Chinese language completely. He unconsciously used some popular online terms. "Big Ho, go online and check if these two people are wanted criminals." Yang Ming heard from Zhang Hunan that he had killed a person before, so he association wondered if these two people were wanted criminals. "Okay." Ho Jinhan nodded. "If they aren't, you know what to do, right?" Yang Ming instructed. "Understood." Ho Jinhan replied simply. "Old man, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" For this old man, Yang Ming still had some headaches. He had to appease this old man now. He couldn't let him go out and talk nonsense. "Nothing. I'm fine." Old Buffon's eyes were now full of Yang Ming's heroic image. How could he care about the pain in his body? He said directly, "Hero, please accept me as your disciple." As Old Buffon spoke, he didn't care if Yang Ming agreed or not. He knelt on the ground with a putong sound. He couldn't be blamed for such a big scene. He saw on TV and in novels that those martial arts sects had to kneel when they wanted to be apprenticed. Therefore, Old Buffon didn't care about his status and identity in the family. He directly knelt in front of Yang Ming. Besides, kneeling to the master wasn't a shameful thing. If he really succeeded in being apprenticed, then Old Buffon felt that his face was shining. The patriarch of the Drucker family, who was also Old Buffon's old friend, Old Drucker, was also a martial arts fanatic. He often discussed martial arts with Old Buffon. Therefore, Old Buffon thought that if he really had a master as his master, he could definitely show off in front of Old Drucker. Chapter 621. Old Buffon's move made Yang Ming a little stunned. After a long time, he frowned and said, "Old man, don't joke around. I saved you just because this shop has something to do with me. Get up quickly. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." "No, hero, you must accept me as an apprentice." Old Buffon imitated those who wanted to be apprenticed on TV. He said with snot and tears, "I came to China from afar just to be an apprentice. I want to learn China's kung fu. Hero, if you don't agree, I will kneel and never get up. Yang Ming looked at the foreigner in front of him. He really didn't know what to say. Why is he so stubborn? You get up first. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. Yang Ming said perfunctorily. Old Buffon saw that Yang Ming didn't immediately agree, so he had to stand up. He also heard that the apprenticeship was a very complicated process. Those who were strong in kung fu would examine the apprentice's character and qualifications when they accepted an apprentice. It was said that the master was like a father, and the apprentice was like a son. Therefore, the master would carefully consider before accepting an apprentice. It was impossible to accept an apprentice easily. Otherwise, if the apprentice's character was bad and brought disaster to the world, it would be terrible. Therefore, after old Buffon figured it out, he wasn't in a hurry. In his opinion, the apprenticeship must be sincere. Isn't there a saying? It's called, where there is a will, there is a way. There's another saying, there is nothing difficult in the world, but there is a will. Therefore, old Buffon decided to pester Yang Ming. He didn't believe that Yang Ming wouldn't accept him as an apprentice. Seeing that Yang Ming turned and left the room, old Buffon quickly followed him respectfully. Anyway, he had made up his mind. Wherever Yang Ming went, he would follow. Following someone isn't illegal, right? Besides, Yang Ming is a master. He definitely won't bother with me. Make up your mind. You must succeed. Old Buffon hummed a song and followed him out. Ho Jinhan was stunned. This old guy's face is bruised and swollen, but he is still so happy. This foreign old man is full of energy. Ho Jinhan shook his head and waited for the younger brother's report in the room. Those in the underworld all had their own methods and sources of information. When taking in underlings, they also had to verify whether the person had any cases on them. The current era was different from the past. Ho Jinhan's place was not a shelter. If there was a fugitive or something, it would be fucked up. Although Ho Jinhan wasn't afraid of trouble, he had to avoid these things more or less in the underworld. You're in the underworld, but harboring a wanted criminal is a bit too much. Soon, the identities of these two people were found out. Ho Jinhan didn't say anything and directly sent them to the police station. We came to the room next door. Yang Ming planned to ask about the identity of this foreign old man. If he was a tourist, then he didn't need to care about him. If he was a resident here, then he really had to talk to him. He didn't want him to go out and make a fuss. Old man, where are you from? What happened just now? Asked Yang Ming. In front of his master, he had to tell everything he knew. So he quickly replied, Master, I'm the current head of the Buffon family in Italy. This time, I'm here with a friend who is also the chairman of the company controlled by my family to travel to China. I have been looking forward to China for a long time. I want to see those legendary martial arts masters and then worship a master as my master. When Yang Ming heard old Buffon call him master, he couldn't help but frown. Who is your master? I haven't promised to be your master yet. Yes, future master. Is this okay? Old Buffon quickly changed his words. Yang Ming found that this foreign old man's face was really thick, but he was a little helpless. What is your family? What kind of company is that? Our family. Ugh, it's an ancient family. Old Buffon didn't know how to explain it. In his opinion, this kind of family only existed in Europe, and there was no such family in China. So, he hesitated for a long time. It's very rich, very powerful, and controls a lot of companies and politicians. Sweat. Yang Ming touched his chin after listening. Isn't this old Buffon too direct? Doesn't he know how to be discreet? Don't he know what modesty is? That company is an automobile manufacturing group called Lutong Group. Old Buffon continued. Lutong Group, a car manufacturer? Yang Ming was shocked, but his face was calm as he looked at the old man. In other words, he is the owner of that car company? The fat man, President Wan, that I beat up today, isn't he also from the Lutong Group? Could it be a subsidiary of this guy in China? There's a big S Lutong Group in the south. What is the relationship with your family's automobile group? Asked Yang Ming. It's a subsidiary of the group in China, said old Buffon. Sure enough, Yang Ming didn't know what to say. Just now, President Wan was arrogant and stood in front of me. Now, His boss's boss is respectful to me. What kind of logic is this world? How long are you going to stay here? Yang Ming naturally wouldn't directly ask him to interfere with the bus factory's order. If so, this old man would definitely take the opportunity to blackmail him with a matter of apprenticeship. I'm not going to leave. I want to stay here and learn Kung Fu. Old Buffon really didn't stop until his words were shocking. He suddenly threw out a heavy bomb and scared Yang Ming. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you're already so old. Why do you still want to learn Kung Fu? Yang Ming was really dumbfounded. People learn Kung Fu from elementary school. Isn't it too late for you to start learning now? I don't ask to be like you, flying on the roof and walking on the wall. I just want to be better than the average person. Old Buffon said, isn't your Kung Fu divided into internal Kung Fu and external Kung Fu? I definitely can't practice internal strength. My future master, please teach me some external Kung Fu. Yang Ming was speechless. He thought, you asked me to teach you internal Kung Fu. I have to know it first. I haven't seen anyone who really practiced internal Kung Fu. Moreover, I'm an assassin. Can I teach you these things? If you go back and show off in front of others and accidentally kill someone, then you'll be done for. Master, you can rest assured. I will definitely be a good apprentice. Just accept me. I promise that I won't use Kung Fu to do evil. I will save the world and be a qualified Kung Fu person. Old Buffon saw that Yang Ming didn't speak and quickly said, it's not that I don't accept you, but my Kung Fu is too fierce. I'm afraid that you can't control it well and kill people. Yang Ming said with some helplessness, it's okay. I definitely can't learn so much. You just have to teach me how to chop the head and hit the acupuncture point without touching it. Old Buffon said excitedly. Because he heard Yang Ming's tone, it seemed that he was going to let it go. How could he not work harder? Chop the brick with your hands. This is simple. You go home and take a pressure cooker to cook the brick for a few hours. Then you can chop it. Yang Ming said, as for hitting the acupuncture point without touching it, I don't know how to do it. How can I teach you? Ugh, future master, didn't you just hit the acupuncture point without touching it? That person suddenly became mute. Old Buffon said, I was hitting the acupuncture point without touching it. Do you think I know the one yang finger? Yang Ming glared at Old Buffon. Oh, future master, do you know someone who knows the one yang finger? Old Buffon suddenly became spirited. I don't know. Emperor Duan has been dead for hundreds of years. How can I know him? I didn't cross over. Yang Ming said with annoyance, regarding the matter of accepting an apprentice, let's talk about it later. I still have other things to do in these 2 days. That future master, this matter of apprenticeship can't be delayed. You have to promise me. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Old Buffon was anxious. What does it have to do with me if you can't sleep? Yang Ming wasn't moved by the question. How about this? Future master, you have to promise me first so that I can calm down. As for when you will hold the apprenticeship ceremony and teach me martial arts, that is up to you. Old Buffon said, Okay, I'm afraid of you. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I will promise you for the time being, but I have to further observe your character. Also, don't call me master in front of outsiders. Then what should I call you? Old Buffon was troubled. His master was the person he respected the most in his heart. If he didn't respect his master, it would be a bit difficult for him. You can call me Mr. Yang or Yang Ming directly. Yang Ming said, Then I will call you Mr. Yang. Old Buffon nodded and said, Master, then let's hurry up and do something first. Old Buffon was very good at climbing up the pole. When Yang Ming agreed, he changed future master to master. Chapter 622. Work? I am the one who is going to do the work, not us. Yang Ming shook his head. It's okay, master. Don't you need someone to run errands for you? I will run errands for you. Now Old Buffon's idea was to let Yang Ming finish his work quickly so that he could officially accept him as an apprentice. Then do whatever you want. Yang Ming said helplessly, but he was secretly happy in his heart. With this guy around, the problem of the bus factory is not a problem. When old Buffon saw that Yang Ming agreed, he immediately followed up. He was afraid that Yang Ming would run away. Although Yang Ming had promised to accept him as an apprentice, this was just a verbal promise. After all, there was no formal apprenticeship ceremony. Moreover, Yang Ming also said that he wanted to test him, so old Buffon's heart was still a little nervous. Although the words of the people in the martial arts world were of great weight, and the most important, Yang Ming hadn't officially accepted him yet, right? Old Buffon naturally didn't dare to be careless. "Master, where are you going now?" asked old Buffon. "I'm going to have a meal with my dad and a friend of his." "You follow me," said Yang Ming. "Okay, I'm going to see the Grand Master." Old Buffon didn't know what politeness was, so he agreed directly. Yang Ming originally planned to ask old Buffon to go together, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he took him to the VIP room upstairs. Although old Buffon's face was bruised, he didn't feel that anything was wrong. After entering the private room, Yang Dahai was baffled when he saw old Buffon. "Big Ming, if it was normal times, Yang Dahai wouldn't be so baffled, but the current situation was different. This old Buffon's face was full of injuries like a homeless man. It was no wonder that others would be baffled. "Dad, how should I say?" Yang Ming didn't know how to introduce him. "Just consider him as a friend of mine. Grandmaster." Old Buffon just wanted to speak, but he saw that Yang Ming was already glaring at him. He quickly changed his words. That old Buffon was really in a dilemma. He called Yang Ming as Mr. Yang, so he couldn't call him Mr. Yang Dahai. Logically, in terms of seniority, Yang Dahai was a grandfather, but he was already so old. Although old Buffon was an expert in China, he was stumped at the moment. He didn't know what to say. "Call my dad old Yang," Yang Ming instructed. Old Buffon turned to look at Feng Wanjiang again. Feng Wanjiang didn't know how old Buffon came out, so he politely shook hands with him. "Old Buffon, you call the chairman of the car company who came with you and ask him to bring that President Wan over." After old Buffon sat down, Yang Ming said to old Buffon casually, Okay. Old Buffon nodded and agreed without thinking. In his opinion, as long as he could do what his master told him to do, he must do it. If he couldn't do it, he had to find a way to do it. Yang Ming's words made Yang Dahai and Feng Wanjiang surprised. They cast inquiring gazes at Yang Ming. Old Buffon didn't say much. He took out the phone directly and called. Then he said in Italian in a commanding tone, "Frank, now bring your chairman in China with the surname Wan. Come to the Nightless Club immediately, private room 601. He didn't know what Frank said, but old Buffon hung up the phone and said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, they will be here soon." "Dad, Uncle Feng, let me introduce. This is old Buffon. He is the actual shareholder of a European Lutong automobile group. Our biggest Lutong group here is his subsidiary here," Yang Ming said. Feng Wanjiang was shocked. He quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Mr. Buffon, welcome. Uncle Feng, you don't have to be so polite to him. If you have any request, just mention it later." Yang Ming said faintly, Yes. With my relationship with Mr. Yang, just say whatever you want. I will do it." Old Buffon also said quickly, "We are all on the same side. We're on the same side." After listening to old Buffon's words, Feng Wanjiang began to have some doubts. That's not right? This guy can't be a liar, right? The shareholder of the Lutong Automobile Group. How noble is that? The boss of a subsidiary here, President Wan, is already arrogant enough. How can this person, who has a higher status than the boss of the head office, be so easygoing? This wasn't the key. What made Feng Wanjiang most suspicious was that this old Buffon's face was full of injuries. How could he not see that he was a big shot? Therefore, Feng Wanjiang whispered to Yang Dahai, "Old Yang, why do I feel that this is so unreliable? This old Buffon, could he be a liar? Yang Ming is still young. Could he be fooled?" After old Buffon said this, Yang Dahai began to have some doubts. He nodded and said, "I think it is a bit strange. This old Buffon is speaking Chinese. No, I have to ask Big Ming. You have to ask about this. Otherwise, you'll be cheated," Feng Wanjiang said. Yang Dahai stood up and then waved to Yang Ming. Big Ming, you come out with me. I have something to tell you. Oh, Yang Ming stood up, baffled. Then he followed Yang Dehai out of the private room and asked, Dad, what do you want to say? Why don't you say it in the room? Big Ming, this old bouffon, how do you know him? Yang Dehai asked very seriously. Dad, are you doubting his identity? Yang Ming was stunned and thought of his father's worries. Yes, Big Ming, this old bouffon looks very suspicious. Yang Dehai said, Factory Manager Feng also said that this old bouffon doesn't look like a rich person. Dad, you see that he is quite down and out, but he is quite easygoing. He is different from the arrogant President Wan, right? Yang Ming said with a smile. This, I guess so. Yang Dehai nodded. Dad, I will tell you the truth. In fact, old bouffon was just kidnapped by two gangsters. In a private room downstairs, Ho Junhan and I rescued him, so he is very grateful to me. It is normal for him to be easygoing to you. He just escaped from the Devil's Denver. It is normal for him to be injured. Yang Ming explained with a smile. It turned out to be like this. Yang Dehai nodded and said, If this is the case, then I am relieved. Right, we're the two gangsters. They were sent to the police station by Ho Junhan. Yang Ming said, Dad, when President Wan and the others come, you will understand everything. As they were talking, they saw President Wan, whose face was bruised and swollen, and a foreigner walking over quickly. When President Wan saw Yang Ming, he immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, Good boy, you are here. Well, you have guts. Don't go. The people I'm looking for will be here soon. See if they don't kill you. At #yin %yin, and the foreigner's face darkened as he yelled at President Wan. President Wan immediately became obedient. He returned to the foreigner's side with a flattering expression and whispered a few words to him. The foreigner snorted and walked to private room 601. President Wan glared at Yang Ming fiercely. Yang Ming didn't care at all. Even Yang Dehai felt that President Wan was not as superior as before. He now believed in old Bouffon's identity because Frank and President Wan had indeed rushed here. President Wan and the others just entered the private room, and Yang Ming and Yang Dehai followed them in. President Wan is getting anxious. Are the two of you not done yet? However, in order to show how much face and power he had in the country in front of the boss, President Wan still scolded, You two guys, get out of here. However, when he was halfway through this sentence, he felt that something was wrong, because sitting next to old Bouffon was actually the director of the bus factory just now. When he looked back again, he saw old Bouffon standing up enthusiastically and giving his seat to Yang Ming. President Wan's head suddenly buzzed. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Could it be that I drank too much and my eyes were blurred? However, after rubbing his eyes, he found that this was the case. This foreigner, named Old Bouffon, was actually respectful to Yang Ming. Mr. Bouffon, do you have any orders for me to come here? In President Wan's view, Frank was already a superior existence, and this existence was so respectful to old Bouffon. Then, old Bouffon to this person named Yang Ming. Chapter 623. President Wan felt dizzy for a while. It can't be. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Is he playing with a small character like me? Seeing the bruises on old Bouffon's face, President Wan was stunned. Could it be that old Bouffon was also beaten up by Yang Ming like me? After the beating, I found out that this Yang Ming has other identities, so I am so respectful to him. President Wan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He also sobered up a lot. Mr. Yang, this is Frank. If you have any requests, just mention it to him. Old Bouffon said, Frank, you remember. In the future, what Mr. Yang says is equivalent to what I say. What he tells you to do, you just do it. Old Bouffon thought that what his master said was the same as what he said. It was even better than what he said, so he instructed Frank. Okay, Mr. Bouffon. Frank nodded respectfully and said, Mr. Yang, this is my personal business card. If you need anything, you can contact me directly. As Frank spoke, he handed over a business card with both hands. There were only a few contact numbers on it. There were no other titles. Obviously, it was a personal business card. Yang Ming took the business card and said, "Okay, Mr. Frank. I will contact you directly if I need anything." President One was a villain. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He acted according to the wind. In front of Frank and old Buffon, he was a dog. In front of people like factory manager Feng, who needed his help, he was a master. President One regretted it now. Why was I so impulsive just now? Why did I pretend to be a badass in front of Yang Ming? Now, they even dared to beat the boss's boss. Why would they be afraid of me? Moreover, I once complained in front of them that Frank was an alcoholic. If this were to spread to Frank's ears, wouldn't I be finished? Thinking of this, President One's legs softened. He knelt on the ground with a plop and said, "Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. You're a great person and don't mind my wrongdoings. Please don't mind me. I offended you before. Please don't take it to heart. In fact, for a big shot like you, I'm just a dog. It's not worth being angry with me." "President Wan, you are." Feng Wanjiang quickly came over and wanted to help President Wan up, but President Wan still didn't dare to get up. If Yang Ming didn't speak, how could he dare to get up? At this time, old Buffon also understood what was going on. This person surnamed Wan seemed to have a grudge with Master. As Master's proud disciple, he said, "Frank, what's the matter with this person?" "I don't know." Frank naturally didn't know President Wan and Yang Ming's resentment. "Forget it." Yang Ming waved his hand. "I didn't mean to embarrass you. It's just that I didn't like to hear the words you said to my dad." Yes, I apologize. I apologize now." President Wan quickly crawled to Yang Dahai and said, "Uncle Yang, I was wrong. What did you call him?" When old Buffon heard President Wan call Yang Dahai Uncle Yang, he was immediately unwilling. "Do you want to be on the same level as Master? Then, aren't you my elder?" "Ah, no, Master Yang. I was wrong." President Wan heard old Buffon's displeasure, but he didn't think of the relationship between them. He just thought that old Buffon was just dissatisfied with his title. Although old Buffon was still very dissatisfied with President Wan's title, he didn't say anything when he saw that Yang Ming didn't say anything. "President Wan, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Yang Dahai was an honest person. How could he bear to see President Wan kneel to him? He quickly reached out and helped him up. Yang Ming didn't mean to embarrass this guy. He was only annoyed with him because he was disrespectful to his father. Now that President Wan's face was ruined, he couldn't be arrogant in the future. Yang Ming didn't intend to continue to trample on him. "President Wan, when are we going to sign the order for the song Jiang Bus Factory?" Yang Ming said faintly. Sign. Before President Wan could speak, Frank spoke first. "Manager Wan, give all the orders that you can to the song Jiang Bus Factory." Anyway, old Buffon had the final say in his group. Since old Buffon asked him to do so, he had no reason to object. Besides, it was just the song Jiang Bus Factory. Even if all the orders were given to them, it wouldn't be much. It wouldn't have any impact on the global deployment. "Right, Manager Wan, do you have any obsolete equipment? Just give it to them directly." Old Buffon suddenly thought of something and said, The equipment was just installed this year," said President Wan. "It was just installed." Old Buffon thought about it and said, "How about this? You give the equipment to Mr. Yang's bus factory. In the future, these things will be manufactured by the bus factory. You don't need to do it, and you can save some effort. We don't need to pay for the equipment. Just pay for the order first." In order to please Yang Ming, old Buffon was doing his best to show his diligence. He was afraid that this master wouldn't accept him if he wasn't happy. Okay." President Wan nodded quickly. Anyway, Frank was also present. "I'll just do what they say. I don't care so much about it. I just need to keep my position now. The rest has nothing to do with me." "That's fine. Let's talk about business here. Let's eat something first. I'm hungry too." Yang Ming saw that the waiter had started to serve the dishes, so he waved his hand and said, "Dad, Uncle Feng, let's eat first." Yang Dahai was a little numb to this son, who always surprised him. First, he suddenly got admitted to a key university before the college entrance examination. Then he found a campus belle to be his girlfriend, followed by making money to start a company. And then he found a mistress. This series of things had made Yang Dahai immune. So at this moment, besides being a little surprised about old Buffon, he didn't have any other thoughts. But Feng Wanjiang was different. He felt like he was in a dream. President Wan, who was arrogant just now, became more obedient than a dog in a blink of an eye. Moreover, Feng Wanjiang increasingly felt that Yang Dehai's son wasn't simple. Not only was he buddies with Song Jiang's boss, but he also brought the boss of President Wan's boss over in a blink of an eye. This wasn't the key point. The key point was that this old Buffon was pleasing Yang Ming. Anyone could see it. Who is this Yang Ming? He's so badass. No wonder he dared to beat up the pig head of President Wan in the private room. He has someone behind him. I really underestimated the Yang family before. I thought that Yang Dehai's family was relying on his brother, Yang Dashin, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. The young master of the Yang family was the real badass. Yang Ming accompanied Chun Mingyan to the temple fair for a day. He was really hungry. He didn't care much and just picked up the rice and started to eat. But Feng Wanjiang and Yang Dehai were embarrassed to eat because there were other people present. Mr. Yang, do you want to order another bowl of rice? Old Buffon saw that Yang Ming finished a bowl of rice in a few bites and asked quickly. Everyone in the room was shocked, including Yang Ming. He also frowned. This old Buffon, isn't his performance a bit too much? Even if he wants to please me, shouldn't he consider the occasion? Aren't you adding trouble to me? Yang Ming's face sank and whispered, Mr. Buffon, you are hungry too. Hurry up and eat something. Oh, yes, yes. If you don't finish it, I don't dare to eat. Old Buffon said immediately. Yang Ming almost died of anger when he heard it. I said it in a low voice. No one could hear it except for old Buffon, but this old Buffon had a loud voice. With such a shout, everyone in the room heard it. However, Yang Ming could only be helpless. If he scolded old Buffon again, then his master-servant relationship with old Buffon would be exposed. However, Yang Ming thought about it and gave old Buffon a wink. Then, he said loudly, Old Buffon, even if I am your savior, you don't have to do this, right? Although I saved you, you don't have to be so respectful to me. After that, Yang Ming said in a very low voice in old Buffon's ear, If you don't want me to give up on you, cooperate with me. Oh, old Buffon suddenly understood and then said cooperatively, Mr. Yang, as the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. What's more, you saved my life. I can't repay it all in my life. Don't you have a saying in China? You saved me. You are my second parent. Seeing that old Buffon started to talk nonsense again, Yang Ming quickly kicked old Buffon under the table and said, Well, don't mention this matter again in the future. Didn't you help me a lot? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.